On the streets of love, where the shadows grow, the faces tell stories only time could know. Brick by brick, dreams rise and fall. In the quiet of the night, I hear it all. Oh, the streets of love, they hold us tight through the darkest days into the light. This country and land, it's where we stand. We are champions, hand in hand. Children's laughter echoes down the lane. Through joy and sorrow, sunshine and rain, flags wave high in the morning breeze. A promise whispered through the trees. We build, we fight, we mend what's torn. Together we rise, reborn. Oh, the streets of love, they hold us tight through the darkest days into the light. This country and land, it's where we stand. We are champions, hand in hand. The moon with the stars above, our dreams on the streets of love. Every stone, every step, and every mile carries the weight of a nation's
Hello, everyone, and welcome to HAFEZ TV. I'm your host, HAFEZ, and I wish you all a wonderful evening, Friday night. Thank you, everyone, for joining us so soon. Loads of people in the chat already before even the song was finished. So thank you for coming. Thank you, everyone. I hope everybody's having a wonderful evening. What are we doing, kids? What are we doing? What are we doing indeed? We are sharing some screens. Let me just see if I can hold on a second. As always, we're not 100% prepared. Isn't that charming? Yes. We are going to we're going to just cover a few things about Iran and the state of affairs there. As you may or may not know, if you've been living under a rock, you may know. If you're not living under a rock, you may know. If you're living under a rock, you may not know. The Iranians are doing some things, man. They are doing some crazy things. They are tearing shit up, as one would say. This is how the Iranian regime treats protesters. If you're ever thinking in your country, wherever you happen to be, that your country is treating protesters really badly, like Turkey, yeah, they're using live rounds on protesters in Iran at this point. Now, this particular image is to point out this piece of shit, because he is a plainclothes Iranian Republic agent, IRGC, who's pointing out various key protesters, or like what he would consider, I guess, leaders of the protests, in order for them to shoot them. So he's basically pointing out who to shoot. You see, he's pointing to that one, and then they're just like, bam. So yeah, if you think that Tuti Akir is bad, well, you get a load of me, as the Iranians would say. So yeah, it's pretty horrific over there at the moment. But the people are winning. The people are winning, and they're winning bigly. They are winning bigly, as as Donald Trump would put it. They are winning very bigly. They don't care anymore. They're done. I'm not afraid. I've been dead for 47 years. This is an old grandmother who was probably one of those who was, saw the first revolution take place. Now, the thing I wanted to highlight is what the hell is Tucker Carlson doing? What is going on? I mean, I know Tucker Carlson is enjoying that sweet, sweet Muslim Brotherhood Qatari money at the moment, but he is propagandizing so badly for the current state of affairs and the despotic regimes of the Middle East. And the Qataris and the Saudis, by the way, and the Emiratis, they're all dictators. None of these are free nations. But he's caping so hard that the Iranian TV is showing his shows on Iranian TV. They've literally cut off the internet. They've literally, I know Elon Musk is trying to get Starlink over there and try to get some of the units over there so they can still get some of the messages out. But generally, the internet is completely cut out. It's a complete media blackout in Iran at the moment. And yet, the Iranian state television...
Broadcasting Tucker Carlson interviews...
Hold on.
So the Islamic regime right now is literally broadcasting Tucker Carlson interviews in Persian on their 24-hour news channel. The country is in a state of chaos, and yet for some reason, the Islamic regime is choosing to play Tucker Carlson interviews, because this is like, it's Islamist propaganda. I'm just filming this right now because if I didn't do this, no one would believe. This is literally what's going on in occupied Iran right now. Stop, Armin. So the Islamic...
So yeah, if the Iranian regime is glazing you, Tucker Carlson, know that you're not on the right side. I think this is that moment where the Nazis look at each other and go, "Are we the baddies?" Tucker Carlson has to look at Piers Morgan and actually go, "Are we the bad guys?" Because you are. Yes, you are the asshole. That's right. You are the a-hole, Tucker Carlson. At this point, if the Iranian regime TV station is glazing you and broadcasting you, you really got to start taking some, what do you call it? You really got to start to take some stock of what the hell's going on in your life, man. What the hell's going on in your... What are you broadcasting? What are you actually saying? What are you actually saying? Because it seems like you're not saying anything favorable to the people of the free world, or those who wish to be free. Damn, Tucker is on propaganda TV. Yes, lawyer chick. Tucker Carlson is being broadcasted on the Iranian national TV when no one else can. Big up to you, John. Big up to you, by the way, lawyer chick. Love you, lawyer chick. Love you, Lieutenant Lynn. Let me give some shout outs. John again, love you, man. In a heterosexual way. I think I said shout out to Lynn. Lawyer chick. Lynn. Actually, I think that's. Oh, Jojo, big up to you, Jojo. Love you, Jojo. Live Hut, love Live Hut. Actually, I follow Live Hut. I watched some of Live Hut's stuff. I think is a he. Yeah, he's producing some good stuff. So yeah, big up to everyone in the chat. Love you guys. As you can see, you can play some games and craziness if you want with the whole StreamYard thing. You can have it all, the emojis and whatnot. Also, I can do some little highlights of things. I try to reserve these for like super chats or whatever, but yeah, I can highlight you boys and girls as well. So there you go. So yeah, this OBS. OBS is back, baby. I'm going to open the panel in a minute, but I want to play a couple of other things before I do that. So yeah, there's Tommy Robinson. He's broadcasting actually Atheist Republic, where the Iranian TV broadcasting.
They're translating it in real time in Persian.
They're translating Tucker Carlson's show on Iranian TV. Yeah, they're actually translating it in like dubbing it. They're actually dubbing it over Tucker Carlson as well. They're not just translating it in the sense of in text or subtitles. They're actually dubbing it. They're dubbing it in real time. So that's quite advanced.
Islamic regime propaganda. Look at this. The Islamic Republic.
Oh shit! What am I doing? I'm not even sharing that. I apologize. I thought I was sharing it. Sorry, guys. Just bear with me. Let's do this again. What the hell am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah, this is Islamic the Atheist Republic Navabi, Armin Navabi, and this other lady, I forgot her name, something Gamari. God, these names are even hard for me to pronounce.
They're airing on Sedo Sima on Islamic Republic's TV. They're airing live stream. Show that. They're translating it in real time in Persian.
It's crazy in real time. Tucker Carlson, you're being glazed by the Iranian regime, Islamic Republic of Iran TV. So I highly suggest you reevaluate your life. So yeah,
They're literally taking these garbage interviews and they're translating it because this is propaganda.
I love you all equally, Lynn, but I might love you a little bit more than John. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, so that's Islamic Republic glazing Tucker Carlson, and Tommy reported that. Now I want you guys to listen to this. I believe this girl, Elika Labon, also an Iranian girl. I believe she lives in the United States now, but I think she was raised in Britain with her exceedingly posh British accent. She explains why the Greta Thunbergs of the world and the free from the river to the sea lot are not out in the streets celebrating the Iranians' victory over their dictator. It seems awfully strange, doesn't it, that these people call Donald Trump a dictator all the time, but yet they don't actually go out there and support people who are actually fighting dictators, or when Donald Trump actually takes out a dictator, when the Venezuelans are celebrating. But the left is not. Things that make you go, I believe you may find that they are not as anti-dictators as you may think that they are. But this is why. Erica really explains this well.
As an Iranian, the number one question I've been asked over this past week, while the biggest anti-oppression revolution is unfolding in Iran right now, is where are the humanitarians? Where are the road blockings? Where's the BDS, the boycott, divestment and sanctions? The student encampments, Greta Thunberg, where's the Freedom Flotilla? Where's AOC, Bernie Sanders, Zohran Mamdani? Where are the celebrities dedicating their award acceptance speeches to the brave people of Iran? This isn't a rhetorical question. There's actually a reason for their silence. And that reason is the existence of the moral color code. The moral color code divides society into good and evil. Everything designated white is considered evil. Everything designated non-white is considered good. What does that do? It trains our youth how to see the brown oppressor. Enter the moral dilemma, Iran. It's not that they don't know what's going on in Iran, in Afghanistan, in Nigeria, in the Congo, in the Middle East, but to stand with the people of Iran against the brown oppressor creates moral paralysis. It requires them to violate the laws of the moral color code, and they just can't do that. That is also why they fall over themselves, why they commit revolutionary suicide to attack Israel, because Israel has been designated white, even though it is a nation of global refugees. And that's not by accident. That is called the psychology of totalitarianism. You divide society into good and evil, you put your enemy on the wrong side of that binary, and you watch the masses attack. That is why the humanitarians cannot stand with the people of Iran, why they cannot pour into the streets when you expect them to. Because to attack the regime in Iran violates the laws of the moral color code. That's also why it seems like on the surface we're living in a democracy, and we are, but in terms of cultural psychology, we're actually living in the shadow of totalitarianism. That's what makes it so scary. The fact that you can't see it until you see it. As an Iranian...
That's right. I love this girl's analysis. That's why she's so, picked up so quickly. She doesn't have to thirst trap people, although she's not, bad. She's easy on the eyes, but she doesn't have to thirst trap in order to get fame. She's actually got a head on her shoulders.
Hi, Iranian woman here. Back again to answer the number one question that I get asked all the time. Why will the mainstream media not report on Iran? The uprisings, the protests, the demonstrations against the regime. There's actually a very simple and clear answer, and you're going to understand it like that once I put it into a conceptual framework for you to make. The reason that the mainstream media will not report on Iran is because the Islamic regime is their ally. Okay, their ally in what? Their ally in the war on the West. The war on the West was originally fought by the communists against the West. Now the baton has been passed to the Islamists. Now here's where it gets interesting. The Islamists are not alone in their war on the West. They're actually working with their allies who are internal. Okay, so the Western left are their allies. But it's not just the Western left anymore. There's now been a fusion between the woke left and the woke right. They've made a super pact, right? They are now the super woke. So the Islamists are...
Sorry, guys. I have to pause. Give the Gospel has been amazing. She's donated $10. Love you, Give the Gospel. And I have to acknowledge it and play it immediately. So, first of all, Give the Gospel. You get the...
Money, money, money must be funny in the rich man's world. Money, 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 always sunny in the rich man's world.
And Give the Gospel says, Daniel 8:2, and I saw in a vision, and it came to pass when I saw that I was at Shoshan, in the place, Shoshan in the palace, which is the province of Ilam. And I saw in a vision, man, these terms are a little bit difficult, and it was by the river of Ulai. Okay, I'm going to get someone on the panel I can actually read eventually, but not just yet. But thank you so much, Give the Gospel. You are the best. And is it still up? I think it's still up. Yeah, I think I still have you highlighted. I have to oh no, wait a minute. Where did it go? There it is. Sorry, I think it disappears after a certain number of seconds. But thank you, Give the Gospel. Love you again. What a wonderful woman, what a generous woman. And I believe it's well deserved. Okay, so let's get back.
In an alliance with the super woke to destroy the Western world. Now you have the foundations. Let's talk about the role of mainstream media. Mainstream media, okay, their responsibility in this war is to manage your perception, how you see the world. How you see the world is shaped by what you are exposed to. Therefore, the mainstream media is curating an alternative universe where you see exactly what they want you to see in accordance with this story that they're creating. What is that story? The story is that the West is the source of all evil and the jihadists are actually just oppressed freedom fighters. So what happens? Let's put our thinking caps on here. What happens when the media exposes the truth of what is happening in Iran? What's happening in Afghanistan, what's happening in Yemen, what's happening in Sudan, what's happening in the Congo, what's happening in Nigeria, what's happening in Lebanon, what is happening in Gaza under Hamas. What happens is that very carefully constructed illusion that they've been training your perception through collapses like a house of cards. The reason they cannot tell you what's going on in Iran is because it exposes their ally in the war on the West. The media is not here to offer you truth. The media is here to manage your perception. And it does that by exposing you only to heavily manipulated information that supports their narrative. Hi.
Yes. That's right. That's exactly it. And in the meanwhile, I apologize. I have to... let me see if I can... just shut down some links here because it's too many windows open. Too many windows. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what they're doing. They are curating. They are curating our opinions or curating the information you receive. And now, thank goodness that we live in an age where we no longer have to depend upon the mainstream media for our only news source. Now, you got to think about this. For decades, I mean, let's be honest, the internet really only took off in the 21st century. For the most of the latter part of the 20th century, the internet was the domain of the geeks and the dweebs and the people like me, essentially the nerds who were into computers. We were getting our information, somewhat from other sources and somewhat alternate views, but for the most part, we weren't really getting anything. Sometimes certain radio stations would have wild or maybe some people like Alex Jones were maybe on radio stations in the 90s, but for the most part it was all curated for us. Our media, our information, access to information was curated by our gatekeepers, which is the government and the social and the mainstream media. But that has shattered quite wildly now for them. So in this new brave new world that we're living in, things are again, reread what I've already posted. I don't do going around in circles for okay, sorry, you guys are chatting amongst yourselves. Rude, but I read it and you made oh god, you guys are you guys are having a conversation amongst yourselves, guys. Take it easy. That's all I can say. Take it easy. But for now, let's go to my next video that I wish to play, which is another one, which is a brave Iranian who's trying to get a message out, and we're trying to essentially help this guy get the message out. Elika also posted this. Many others have posted this. I've also reposted it. Now, I haven't actually, this is the second time I'm looking at it, so here it is.
My name is Ali, and this is my Iranian ID. I'm speaking to you from inside Iran, not as a politician, not as a soldier, but as a young person, a human being, living under fear and oppression every single day. Mr. Trump, people of America, I ask you to look at me if I were your own child. I was born in a land of poetry and history, but today I'm growing up in darkness. Our voices are silenced, our dreams are being destroyed, and our people are suffering, not because we did something wrong, but because we want to live free. We, the people of Iran, are not your enemies. We are just like you, sons and daughters, fathers and mothers, hoping for a better life. Please don't forget us. Stand with the people of Iran. Help us bring back light to our country before it's too late. And if you stand with us now, if you help the people of Iran to win back our freedom, we will never forget it. We will teach our children and their children after them that the people and the government of the United States stood with us when we needed it most. We will always remember your kindness, and we will never stop trying to return that kindness until the end of our days. Thank you.
All right, yeah. So there's a message from some of the Iranians essentially fighting for their freedom. Okay, let me bring one more clip, which is from Reza Shah Pahlavi, who is now preparing essentially to speak to Donald Trump tomorrow. And this was one of the recent commentary that he made on Fox News.
Look, in all these years, I've never seen an opportunity as we see today in Iran. The Iranian people are more than ever committed to bring an end to this regime, as the world has witnessed in the last few days. The level of demonstrations unprecedented in Iran, over 100 cities and millions of people on the street chanting death to the dictator, an end to this regime. And by God, it is about time that Iran gets its opportunity to free itself from a tyrannical regime. Look, in all these years, I've never seen...
Okay, and that was Reza Shah Pahlavi, who is just getting himself kind of ready, essentially, to go. Here's now, I'm trying to, because the problem is I can't show you everything that's on X, because some of the stuff that's on X is not acceptable on YouTube. So I'm trying to find YouTube friendly, if you like, imagery. But I think this one might be okay. But yeah, it's kind of difficult to have YouTube friendly imagery. Sometimes they have a lot of violence. So they're shouting, "Long live the king." So yeah, that's the Iranians. That was a very short clip, actually. I thought it was a longer one. But either way, they're fighting, and they're taking, and they're winning. There's reports and images of police officers kind of revolting, if you like, against or turning against the regime to the people of Iran. Venezuela government started to release political prisoners. Oh, this is okay. I'm seeing on X also. The Venezuelan government is now releasing political prisoners. Obviously, that's a terrible thing if you're a leftist. But if you're a Trump supporter, then it's a wonderful thing. So yeah, here's another little clip from an Iranian woman.
Okay, as a woman, I have always supported Iranian women, unconditional support, unconditional solidarity, and those people who are just so arrogant and so ignorant that they think that they are in a position to lecture these people about freedom and rights. You are making me laugh. I mean, you really think that you can lecture them on freedom and on human rights, on women's rights? I mean, these are the people who have been, you know, fighting for these rights for decades now. And you think that audacity, come on, you're living in a free Western democracy, enjoying all the benefits of being a Brit, and then you think that you have the right and you have, you know, this audacity to tell these people that, oh, you don't know who's the bad guy, so I'm going to tell you, your regime is not that too bad, so please don't make any commotion. Oh, please, zip it. Zip it. This is all I want to tell you. Stop embarrassing yourself. I mean, you look like a clown, really, when you talk like this. Stop it. Stop it.
Okay. Well, now the reason I play that, sorry guys, I've got to do some administrative work. Please, admins, don't time people out unless they've violated terms of service. Okay, sorry guys, I've got some pings that are happening. So it's drama. Guys, as I said, don't ping Bill. The reason I played that is because of this insufferable sack of shit, this Pakistani British woman who dares to speak about Iran. Shut your mouth and keep my country out of your fucking mouth.
A group of people that I have never ever come across until recently. Some of them are diaspora, some ex-Muslims, Iranians, Pahlavi monarchy supporting pro-Zionist lunatics.
Yeah, lunatics. You see, this is the problem. You see, this sack of shit, because she is so anti-Israel that she is shocked that Iranians don't toe the line like the good Muslims that they're supposed to be, the good Middle Easterners that they're supposed to be. Because you see, these people think that we're all allies automatically because we're all brownish people and Middle Eastern people. Because this is the mindset of the oppressor-oppress communist mindset, is that they think that all of the Middle East is in line with the Pakistanis and the Bangladeshis and the pro-Palestinian lot over here. They don't realize, Iranians, we're not cut from your cloth. We're cut from a different cloth. We are not part of your gang. We're not part of your bunch. We're not part of you. We are Persians, motherfucker. Shut your mouth and stop putting my country in your filthy mouth, because we're not one of you. This is what the Arabs know this. The Arabs have known this for a long time. But you see these delusional fucks over here, these Pakistani English and Pakistani Americans and Indian Americans and Arab, like Algerian Americans and Algerian Brits. They think we're in the same camp as these mother suckers. They think we're one of them. We ain't one of you. We never were and will never be one of you. We are not from the river to the sea. In fact, the first time there was a chant, you can stick your Palestinian flag up your ass, do you know where that came from? That came from a football stadium in Iran. Parcham Falastini to bezor tu kunet. That's what the Persians, the Iranians, were shouting in Iran in a football stadium when some dipshits Iranian regime puppet wanted to start a chant of free Palestine, that kind of shit. When they bring up free Palestine in Iran, the Iranians say you can stick the Palestinian flag up your ass. That's what the Iranians actually think of the whole Palestine bullshit. The Iranian regime supports Palestine, the Iranians don't. That's why these people are shocked. They're shocked because they think that we should be in lockstep with all these other dipshits. We're not.
What was that? 7 titles? Like, these individuals online, maybe some of them are bots, potentially, But they are absolutely unhinged.
No.
Worse than the fact...
No, we ain't bots. We ain't bots. Ask any Iranian, pick a random Iranian out of 100 and just ask them about Palestine, and they'll tell you exactly what they think.
That they're so abusive online, which are the kind of traits that you get from the kind of Zionist bots, the pro-Israeli kind of lobby, that, you know, these really weird freaks online, is that they were so happy and are so happy to see their own nation, the nation of Iran, potentially be attacked and bombed by Israel and America. You can totally...
What's your thoughts about...
be critical of your leadership, like I get.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth while we're pro-Israel. Yes, we are pro-Israel. You kiss my ass. We're pro-Israel. We're pro-freedom. This is why. This is what I mean. This is why these assholes don't know who they're fudging with. You don't know who you're talking to when you talk to Iranians. You think you know us. You don't know us. This is why we're not one of you.
About the recent ceasefire in Palestine.
Sorry?
Have you heard about the recent ceasefire in Palestine?
What is Palestine? What is Palestine?
Israel, Palestine, have you heard about the...
Listen, I'm Iranian. I'm not more than...
You're where? Sorry, what country, sir?
I'm Iranian. So go and have a good life. Forget about Palestine.
Forget about Palestine. There's children dying over
Hey, you see what I mean? You see what I mean? This is how Iranians treat you. This isn't one or two Iranians, you assholes. This isn't an occasional thing. This is an always thing. We are not one of you. We don't support your Arab causes. In fact, for the most part, I'll be honest, Iranians are a little bit bigoted towards Arabs. They still hold a grudge from the whole Muhammad, what was it? Ibn Khattab. What was, oh man, damn, what was that second caliphate's name? Umar bin Khattab. Umar bin Khattab and his letter to the Iranians, to the Persians. Yeah, we're still a bit bitter about that. We're still a bit butthurt about that. We're not one of you. We don't support your causes. We're not on your side. So, Mrs. Bushra Sheikh, go F yourself. Fudge you and your Palestinian flag. Stick it where the sun don't shine. In fact, do I even have it? I don't know if I have it. I might have it. Hold on. I hope you guys can still hear these, right? Let me know in the chat, guys, if you can't hear it.
The lads in Westminster, may they drink their Guinness through a straw. And to the wise men of Ottawa, Canberra and Paris, may they choke on their virtue signaling. Now sing it with me, boys. Oh, you know where you can shove your Palestine. You can stick it where the sun don't shine. With your borders undefined and your justice misaligned. Oh, you know where you can shove your Palestine. The headlines all were blaring, a new state has been declared by men who've never walked the streets they claim to have prepared. No leaders, laws, or borders, but sure it sounds real grand. It's virtue signaled paper with blood upon their hands. Oh, you know where you can shove your Palestine. You can stick it where the sun don't shine. When your mob runs the street and the locals face defeat, oh, you know where you can shove your Palestine. Two-tier Keir doesn't care when terrorists flex, but his covers cuff a pensioner for hurty words on X. Our flags are called offensive, but Hamas can march with pride. It's justice for the chosen few, the rest get pushed aside. Oh, you know where you can shove your Palestine. You can stick it where the sun don't shine. With your two-tier law and your cowards guffaw, oh, you know where you can shove your Palestine.
All right. You guys get the gist of that. But I want to show you just before I move back to the Iranian situation. I just want to show you guys where that stick your Palestine came from. Hold on, guys. Hold on. You're jumping a gun here a little bit on this whole video. This is where the original What You Can Do With Your Palestine came from. This is what they were shouting in the football stadium. I'm glad I found it. I'm glad it's so easy to find these days. Do those look like a few Iranians, a few crazy Iranians in a football stadium? Do they look like Twitter bots or X bots to you? Are they bots? Is this AI? I guess the crazy pro-pallies will call this AI now. They'll say, oh no, this was just AI generated. No, this is Iran in a football stadium. That's what they're shouting. I guarantee you they won't be shouting any of that shit in any football stadiums in this country, because the Nazi police will come in and with truncheons and take them out. That's probably why. Hello, Mr. Oliver, sir. How are you, sir? Sir Oliver, as they call you over at the Big Nose. Good to see you, Ollie. Good to see you, my man. But yeah, this is what the Iranians were shouting. This isn't, by the way, new. This was like somewhere, I don't know when this video in particular was uploaded, but this was October 11th, 2023 when this video was uploaded. I'm pretty sure this was even older than, it might have been older than this. I don't know. Actually, no, October 11th. Yeah, because October 7th, 2023 was when the attack happened, right? Yeah. So, yeah, this was literally 2-3 days. 4 days after the October 7th attack, the Iranians were screaming, you can stick your Palestine flag up your ass. You can stick your Palestine flag up your ass. I heard you want your country back. Yes, Yuji, we do want our country back, and we're fucking getting it. We're getting it fucking back. That's right, Yuji. Unlike Britain, which I'm sadly to say that it seems that it's going to be a tougher job to get Britain back for the British than it is to get Iran back for the Iranians, mate. That's the nightmare scenario we find ourselves. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that it is easier to get Iran back out of the hands of a mullah dictatorship in this day and age than to get Britain back? Crazy, man, crazy. But yeah, that is what the Iranians were shouting. A football stadium of people. So Miss Bushra. Sounds interesting. Bushra Sheikh, go fudge yourself. Go kiss my ass and shove your Palestinian flag up your ass, because no, the Iranians are not one of you. We never were and we will never be one of you. We are cut from a different cloth. We're cut from a Persian rug. You're cut from a sari. So I'm sorry that you're cut from a sari, but we're cut from Persian rugs, and that's a whole other thing. Okay, now one more quick thing I have to cover, which is what will be the future of Iran. Now, everybody, it seems on the face of it, everybody wants the Shah, the king, the Reza Pahlavi, to return. If you guys don't know who the king is, this is the king, the return of the king. The one in the middle, obviously, is the king. And that's, well, he's not the king. He's actually the prince, because he's never been crowned as the king. He was the exiled prince with his father as the king, who was also exiled and unfortunately passed away some years after the revolution. I don't know, a few years after, I think it was in the 80s when he passed. But this is the son of the king. So he is the prince, hopefully to be crowned as the king of Iran rather than later. But he has competition. You guys don't think this is going to be, you think this is going to be a cakewalk. I'm afraid to tell you, this is not going to be a cakewalk. There are There are others in the shadows waiting to come out. And this is my warning to the Iranians, to the Iranian people, to anyone who's listening who has an Iranian tendency. I want to play this clip first, then I'll show you who I'm talking about.
Patrick Bet-David is in hot waters with the Iranian community, and I thought it was just a simple overreaction. I don't watch Patrick's show, I'll be honest, I don't. But I watched a little segment that every Iranian around the globe is mad at Patrick for. And I suggest you watch it too. Because after I watched it and I watched it again, discern every little word that you used, I come to realize you're a snake in the grass. And I'll tell you why. You're well versed in Iranian politics. You're well versed in Iranian history. And I want you to explain to me, how do you go from bashing Reza Pahlavi, one second, and in the same breath, platform a known terrorist organization? National Council of Resistance of Iran? Patrick, you know who that is? That's the Mujahideen Khalq. And you platformed them at the same time bash Reza Pahlavi. But guess what? I don't care what you say. The people of Iran have already chosen who is leading them today. And that's Reza Pahlavi, not any other name. And whenever Iran is free and they hold the free election, they will choose whoever wants to lead them for the rest of the time as well. And you, sir, are not in that group. So respectfully, shut the f*** up and don't muddy the waters. Patrick Bet-David is in hot water.
Okay, now he mentioned the Mujahideen of Khalq. You may or may not know who that is, so I'm going to give you a little introduction into this group. This was a documentary done by Channel 4 some time ago, quite a long time ago actually, several years back now. Let me see if this shows us when it was published. 7 years ago this was published, so we're talking some time ago. But no one takes notice of these things until they need to take notice of these things. This is a group, this is their encampment in Albania. They used to be in Iraq, but because of the Iraq war with America, they were moved. They are very well funded and supported by the American establishment, by, in fact, the Republican Party of Iran. Now, it is true that America is now, Republican Party of America. It is true that the American establishment under Trump is seriously pushing Reza Pahlavi, but these people haven't gone away.
Deep in the Albanian countryside, a giant complex is under construction. It's the new headquarters of the Mujahideen Khalq, the MEK, a large, well-organized Iranian opposition group dedicated to one thing: regime change in Tehran. And the MEK have powerful friends they hope will help them achieve that, including members of President Trump's inner circle.
The Iranian regime is the leading state sponsor of terror.
When he pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, President Trump signaled the start of a new, more hostile Iran policy. Looking on approvingly, his national security advisor, John Bolton.
This war hawk sack of shit has been at the heart of every shitty decision America has made in foreign policy. So let's not fool ourselves. John Bolton is a sack of shit that I hope dies painfully of gonorrhea or any other venereal disease. Genital warts, I care not.
Thank you very much. Before he assumed office, John Bolton was paid to give speeches at pro-MEK events. Here he is in Albania last year.
Delighted that you're all here in Albania. The declared policy of the United States should be regime change in Iran.
President Trump's aides say that the MEK's leader, Maryam Rajavi, is
Big
the
up,
face
Roy.
of a democratic future for Iran.
Okay. You see this? Is that Giuliani? I think is that Giuliani or the other guy? And that's the woman who's leading the Mujahideen of Khalq. This is what I'm trying to warn the Iranians here, people. The Iranians have to recognize there are things afoot. There are machinations in the background. Just because you want your king, that doesn't mean you will get your king. This is exactly what happened in 1979 when the revolution happened, and there was the communists and the socialists. Sorry, Timothy, I see you in the back, mate. I'll let you up in a second. Just hang in there for me. Big up to yourself, sir. Yeah, this was when in the 1979, when the communists, the socialists, the Republicans, all the ones who wanted the king out, they got rid of the king, but then that revolution was hijacked and the mullahs came in, and the mullahs crushed all the oppositions by essentially imprisoning or killing everyone. These mother suckers right here, these pieces of shit, don't look at this woman all in her leprechaun looking green, the satin green and all that shit, and she looks like, it's a woman. It's a woman that's a leader. They're clearly a progressive group. No, they're not. They are worse than the mullahs today. If the Iranians have these assholes come into power, it'll be jumping from the frying pan into the fire. That's what will happen if these bastards get into power, in anywhere near power. And believe me, they want it. And you can see the American politicians who are on their side. So believe me when I tell you, they want these people. This Pahlavi thing could be a smokescreen, actually, that they will pretend that Pahlavi is going to come in, and then from the back door they'll bring these sons of bitches in, and before you know it, they're the ones who've taken power, and people are looking around going, what the hell happened? That's exactly what happened when Khomeini came in. The communists and the socialists were like, what the hell? We didn't want this. But it was too late. The guns were at their heads, and they were being marched off to either an execution wall or prison. That's how things go down, people. That's why I'm saying to you, revolutions are a dangerous thing. You don't know what you're going to get with a revolution. You really don't. It's not a stable situation. Timothy, I'm going to let you up, mate. How are you, mate? How are you?
Man, I'm doing well. And yourself?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. I'm gonna run with this a little bit. Just stick with me for a few minutes, and then I'll come to you with some opinions.
You're the vision for the future. You are the vision for the future of Iran.
Yeah. Sorry, I said it is Giuliani. I was right. It's Rudy Giuliani. Look at this. 2017. This dude. Let me try and get this full screen a bit so you can see the thing. 2017. Giuliani was saying, "You're the future." That's the Mujahideen of Kelp. He was talking to them. You're the future of Iran. Believe me, these people have not gone away, and things have not changed as much as you think. They're putting up the Shah as a smokescreen. These motherfuckers might come in right behind them. Look at that. Look at this. This is their encampment. This is their encampment in Albania. They are completely autonomous in Albania. They have a military. They have tanks and shit. They have a military you wouldn't believe. They have hospitals. They have schools. They don't interact with the Albanian government. They don't interact with the Albanian society. They are their own state within a state, essentially, and fully funded from America. This all I'm trying to say is that things are not as you seem they are. Don't believe the shit that the politicians tell you. Things go on. There are known knowns, there are unknown unknowns, and there are, what was it? Oh, there are known unknowns, there are known knowns, and there are unknown unknowns. And this is one of them shit. Go ahead, Tim. Tell me what you think, my man.
All right, so I got a real interesting perspective on this. 2008, I think my mic's messed up. Hold on.
Yeah, it was cutting out a little bit.
Hold on 1 second. Is that better?
Yeah. Oh, actually, hold on. Sam is saying, Banksy, Mujahideen are over. This is old, and they're not in Albania anymore. They're not in Albania. So where are they? Last I heard, they were still in Albania. They still had their military encampment in Albania. Where would they been moved to? But either way, they're not gone away, Sam. Oh, it's repeating. It's you need to put headsets in.
No, that's me. Hold on.
No worries. Let me see what Sam said, because Sam is kind of into these guys. Many years ago, all Mujahideen members were moved out of Albania. But where are they? They are scattered around. I don't know. I don't know, Sam. They're not together at, and most are old now. I don't know. I don't fully accept that these guys have gone away. I think they're in the shadows. They're waiting. Yes, Banksy, where John and Roy's spanners. John and Roy's spanners? I thought I gave John one. John's got a spanner. Actually, I'm missing a couple of spanners. The thing is, you see, the spanners in this particular for HAFEZ are not as not the same, because I've given a lot of people Banksy spanners, and I haven't given the same people. John, I thought I gave you a spanner, man. How come your name isn't? Your name is not thingied. Guys, I don't want you guys timing out your opposition or people you don't like. Please be responsible with this spanner business, with this moderation. So just take it easy. Take it easy. But John, I think, John, what the hell? Spanner is in post, apparently. No, I gave it to you. What the hell? Okay, John, type something in the chat again. You should have it now. I'm okay, bro. No worries. I mean, I did this thing. There you go. Roy's on. He isn't busy to pop up. Oh, nice. Yeah, let me know. Let him know. Let him know. Nice one, John. You're in. Okay, yeah, sorry, guys. I haven't given out any spanners on this particular one because HAFEZ is kind of new. Okay. Oh, it looks like we lost Timothy for now. Let me just play this a little bit more. But I mean, Sam's now saying they're not here anymore. This was 7 years ago. Admittedly, this was 7 years. I don't think these people have gone away.
That of a political religious cult that brainwashes its members, enforces celibacy, and has imprisoned those accused of breaking its rules. The MEK says the complex is a refugee camp, so I went to take a look. Albanians aren't free to enter, and I've heard that the 2,500 MEK members inside can only emerge if supervised by commanders.
Hello, how are you?
There you go. Anyway, I mean, I'm gonna pause it here because at the moment it's a bit sketchy whether whether these guys are actually whether they're actually still in this location. Sam's giving me some updates saying they're not. I'm not entirely sure, but this is what they were 7 years ago. Where they are now, I'm going to have to get some more research, some more updates on that. But Timothy, what are your thoughts on the Iranian situation at the moment?
So what's playing out is a few years ago, 2008, there was a Security Council for Iran. And it was all because of your boy Ahmadinejad running his mouth.
Oh, yeah, that was ages ago.
I think what we're seeing now is a lot of things come to fruition, similar to Assad in Syria. One of my main tasks in the Air Force was Syria. Everything Syria, WMD, anything terrorism related. We were focused on him in 2003 or 4. And then you saw things carried out eventually on him. So from how I'm looking at it, things are finally coming to fruition that they set back in place like 15, 16, 17 years ago.
Okay. So, I mean, apart from, Ahmadinejad, he's long gone. God knows where he is.
Right.
He's probably left Iran at this point because he would be one of the first to get the hangman's noose when things change. So, so he's probably left Iran by now. I mean, no one's even tracking like where he is or what's going on. But a lot of people obviously keeping an eye on IRGC members and Khamenei himself, which some people suspect he may have already left Iran for. Oh, sorry. Let me remove this because we may have echoes. It might be echoing. Let me stop my sharing. Were you hearing echoes?
A little bit. Yeah. I thought it was me.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, no, that's me. That's me. Every time I share, I get echo. Oh, damn. So all this time you've been checking your stuff. You should have told me. You should have told me if you're getting echoes.
No, I thought it was me. That's why I jumped out. I was like, oh, man, I'm messing the show up. Let me jump
out. No. It's echo. Every time I share my screen with sound, it generates like an echo system. And I don't know where I've got to figure out where it is that this this issue is happening. It happens all the time with StreamYard. It's just a thing. Anyway, so you're saying, from your up-to-date information right now, what are your thoughts? I mean, the Iranian regime is almost done now. I think this is it. This is I think they've passed the precipice of no return. But in all honesty, because I saw this video and I kind of half agree with it, and I'll explain why. Because the problem is I saw it on X and I didn't save it or click any sort of likes or anything, so it just went and I can't find it again. The guy was saying, look, right now, this whole thing that's happening in Iran, it's really just for the interest of the US and Israel. They don't really care what happens to Iran. They don't care if another dictator comes or another, or it becomes a fabulous democracy. The fact is that as long as Iran is in turmoil and Iran has internal issues, they're not going to be worried about funding terrorists outside of Iran. They're not going to be worried about funding or trying to create a nuclear weapon to strike Israel or strike outside of Iran. They'll be too busy just warring amongst themselves. This is exactly the situation with Iraq. Iraq is essentially a failed state currently worried about itself. It's going to take them another 20 years to build up the society again. So it suits Israel fine if Iran is in turmoil, is burning down for the next 20 years, and there's just civil war and internal conflict day and night because they don't care. And I agree with that. That right now regime change, the fact that Israel or America wants regime change in Iran is because it suits their interest, and it just happens that their interest is aligned with the Iranian people's interest of the regime.
It's the other
change.
way around. It's the other way around. Think about it like this. It's young versus old. They're young. The young Iranians here support Palestine. Because I train with a bunch of them, and I can't even talk about Israel.
Iranians?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Really?
especially in California. The young Iranians in California, they all march in Hollywood and with the flags and this and that. The thing is this. The U.S. has the young Iranians because they all think with a Western mentality. And that's the civil war that's going on. It's not so much, it's the young that are thinking, no, we don't want to wear hijabs and all that bullshit. It's over with. It's done.
Yeah.
Your old oil way of thinking, we're thinking with a more Western tent. And the U.S. is looking like, I think the young people are on our side. We don't even need to say it.
But what I'm saying is that the U.S. interest of having a regime change in Iran happens to align with the people of Iran who want a regime change. Mm-hmm. But how that regime change looks and how Iran comes out of that regime change, I don't think the Americans and the Israelis really care if Iran is burning to the ground for the next 10 years or if Iran becomes a marvel of democracy and it becomes a secular great nation. Because all they want, especially the Israelis, is for Iran to be neutralized as a threat in that region and also stop funding terrorists, Hamas, Hezbollah, etc., etc. So whichever way this bread is sliced, they don't care as long as Iran is neutralized as a threat. My concern isn't just that Iran is neutralized as a threat. I am an Iranian. I want Iran to prosper. I want Iran to be a good, great country that is also an ally of the West, that is also an ally of Israel, and gets along to get along. And Iranians become like Dubai. Iranians essentially, I want Iran to be better than Dubai. In fact, to be honest with you, I think Iran has the potential to be better than Dubai, to be fabulous, to be technologically advanced. It's just they need the opportunity. But I don't want them to be in some kind of embroiled in some sort of civil war and a failed state for the next 50 years, because that's just horrific. That's just going to be taking the Iranian people out of the frying pan into the fire. They're going to turn them into an Iraq. I don't think that's going to happen because I think the nature of the Iranian people is different. But, you see, the problem with Iran is that when I say Iranian, that's a very big umbrella term. Iranians, quote unquote, are made up of a lot of ethnic minority groups. The Iranian as such isn't as unified as people think. We're not all Persians. We're not all really happy about being Iranian. There are Turks, there are Kurds, there are Lurs, there are Baluch. There's a whole array of like minor ethnic groups, because Iran is not an ethnically homogeneous country. So for that reason, they are going to, there is possibility for those smaller groups to want to fracture Iran, to want to break off into their own little mini states, mini countries. Yeah, just like Soviet Union. You know what happened with the Soviet Union? As soon as the Soviet Union fell, all these little countries emerged. The Republic of Czech and Slovakia and Ukraine and blah, 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 blah. All of these countries suddenly broke off from the Soviet Union. Iran potentially could have that situation. And that's going to weaken Iran tremendously. It's really going to weaken it. But again, if I was an Israeli, I have no shits to give. As long as Iran is weak and it can't build a nuclear bomb to bomb me or fund my terrorists, there are terrorists that are local to me, I don't care. I don't care. Do whatever. Tear yourselves apart. That's my problem, is that ultimately Israeli and American interests are not going to be fully in line with Iranian interests. They're going to be somewhat in line with Iranian, and I don't blame them.
There's a big reason for that.
Yeah, go
on. The reason for that is this. If you remember, we pretty much held their hand and watched them build that nuke when we were sending all our inspectors over and this and that. And how many briefcases did Obama walk over there with money? So Israel's looking at us like, yo, what the fuck? Here's what happens. A Republican gets in office and Bibi sits Trump down and says, hey, man, remember all that money and all that plutonium or uranium you gave those motherfuckers? Now it's kind of time for us to start getting our lick back.
Yes.
That's what I'm looking at it as.
Yeah. Yeah, the issue, as I said, it's, you see, like Sam in the chat, and I wish, Sam, you would come on the mic and explain and give us a bit more detail. You don't even have to be on camera, dude. You just come on as a voice. But Sam is saying, like, that won't happen. We're not Arabs. All Iranians are united. Have you not seen the protests? Yes, during the protests, my enemy's enemy is my friend. Whilst there is a clear enemy in front of the Iranian people, which is the IRGC and the Iranian mullah regime, they're all united. But it's once they fall is the issue. That's when the fractures happen. That's where the internal bickering starts. The royalists, because not all Iranians support. I know Iranians in London that don't support the king, that are not royalists, that are communists. I saw Iranians at the very first protest for that Mahsa Amini, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. I think it was like 2021, 2020, something in that period, where I saw a group of Iranians, the royalists, sharp supporters, and communists come in front of the embassy, started protesting against the embassy, and then once that sort of finished and calmed down a little bit, they started fighting each other. I'm not joking. They started yelling at each other. Some of them started like throwing fists and kicks. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing, you morons? You haven't even defeated the enemy in front of you, and you're already bickering amongst each other. So no, I'm sorry. I don't think they're as united as you think they are. Sam, I'm talking to Sam, sorry. Banksy, before the mullahs, they were all united with King Pahlavi. No, clearly the Iranians were not united with King Pahlavi before the mullahs. I mean, I don't know when you say before, as in front of the mullahs or before the mullahs took regime. You see, that's why, Sam, it's hard to argue with you in text. You got to get on panel. I can't really debate with you in text. It's horrific like this. But either way, I don't agree with Sam's take. I think that once the enemy in front of them has been defeated, then the issues will emerge. Then you'll see the actual the individual divisions appear. You ever Tim, have you ever seen Braveheart, the movie Braveheart?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see that scene where William Wallace just won that first battle in Stirling, and he comes in, and they're all bickering about who's got the rights to become legitimate right to be king and all that shit, and they just immediately started fighting amongst themselves, and that big guy smacks the axe on the table, and then Wallace says, you know, you think your position, the people of Scotland exist to give you provide you with a position, and I believe that your position exists to provide the people of Scotland with freedom. And I'm going to go and make sure that they have it. That's Iranian politics. That's politics everywhere. That is just a beautiful depiction of what politics is about. The second you win a war against your greater enemy, the internal fights begin. The bickering and the backbiting and all that shit starts then. So this is what I mean. This is why I don't really, I'm not comfortable. I'm happy this is happening, but I am extremely worried about who's going to come in afterwards, because I don't think we'll get the person we think we're going to get. If we do, it'll be a goddamn miracle. Absolute friggin' miracle. And that's what I mean. And that's why, you know, I've got like my own concerns with other Iranians who are like, no, this is definitely going to be, you know, I'm like, dude, you're not reading the room. You're not looking at the sort of international, power play. This is, you know, for me, I've always said it, the world is more Game of Thrones than it is Lord of the Rings. You know,
100%.
Lord of the Rings is very simple. There's the good guys. The good guys are the white men, and the bad guys are the black orcs. I mean, I don't know what they're trying to say, but I'm not sure what they're saying. But those Urukais looked very black. Yeah. And all the good guys were very white men. I mean, apart from the new Lord of the Rings, which they made on Amazon, which had like a black guy playing an elf. Elves are not black. In this folklore, elves are white. They're just white. They're as white as they come.
I got a question for you. So let's just say, think from Israel's perspective. Who's going to be easier to deal with? The young guard who has a Western influence, or the old guard who had all these years and has continually fucked everything up?
Oh no! I mean, I would go with the Shah at the moment, because he is.
If you're Israel.
Oh yeah. Oh, do you want me to show you why? Oh my God! Okay, let me show you.
People aren't going to be interested in war, Hafez. They don't want war. They want to party on the beach just like all the kids in Tel Aviv are.
I will hold on while I show you why they definitely. I was going to post this actually, but I ended up not because I I got distracted. Let me show you exactly why the Shah of Iran is most definitely favored by Israel. Oh, he is not only favored, he is blessed. He has been given the all clear. Bear with me. Christ, where is it? Let me find it for you. Okay. Bear with me. Let me show you what I mean when I say the Shah of Iran has been given. He is made, as they say, the pilgrimage.
Oh, so he went over there.
You know that every president of the United States has to make the trip.
Yeah, go kiss the wall.
Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Bear with me. Let me show you, sir. Let me show you. This is the guy in the middle with the suit. The black suit is Reza Pahlavi. He's the king. First of all, he's wearing a kippah. Okay, I just note one.
Shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's touched the wall. He's humped the wall. He has had coital relations with the wall.
When the fuck was this?
I'm not sure exactly, but it was. I think it was fairly recently.
Damn. My bad. I spoke out of turn.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, don't be under any illusion, sir. This man has touched the wall. He's kissed the wall. He has done things to the wall that no man should do to a wall. This is what I'm saying. Remember that known knowns, known unknowns, unknown unknowns.
All right, now I don't know what the fuck is going on. Just spell everything I said. I don't even know why I'm up here. Just spell everything. What the fuck is going on, bro? Wait a minute. You set me up. No, you set me up.
You said it.
No more. No, you set up my fans, and I'm reporting you to YouTube. You getting a strike after this shit. I swear to God. You getting a strike, bro.
They've all touched the wall, man. They've all touched the wall. They've all been touched by Epstein.
I have not seen that. I wish you would have led with that before I made my idiotic statement. Now my intelligent quotient went down. I was doing real good the last few days, man. You know how fast? Now I'm going to go in on you. Just give me 2 minutes to go in on you.
Go.
See, this is what's the problem with Iran is this dude right here. He sets black people up, America. This guy is just no, I'm kidding. You set me up good, HAFEZ. You know what? You might be the best troll I've ever seen.
I didn't even say it. It wasn't even a setup. You said it, and I was like, I know this. But it wasn't, dude. I didn't even know you didn't even know. I thought you knew. Oh no. They've these.
No, I hadn't seen that. I have not seen that.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
This is what I mean, man. That's how this game is played. This game is played hard. This is what I'm saying. There are things happening and the cogs and wheels turning that we don't even know, man. This is like a little sprinkle on top of the iceberg. It's not even the tip. It's a little sprinkle on the iceberg. We haven't even reached the tip. This is what I mean. There's so much happening in the world that we don't know. We think like how do you think 19 or 18 billion dollars a bunch of Somalis in Minneapolis managed to extort 18 billion dollars? Do you know if you try to take $2,000 out of your bank, they're going to call like 10 things and want 14 forms of identification from you? And that's your money in your bank that you're trying to take out. And a bunch of Somalis, bunch of freaking pirates managed to steal $19 billion from the American people. You think these Somalis did that? No. These Somalis. It was a lot more than just Somalis that did that. And believe me, a lot of it goes to the heart of the American system and the American government. And you know, there's
Let me ask you this. What does the pie chart look like in Iran right now with who supports who? Like, what are the percentages of who's where? Because now I'm confused.
Oh, that's tough. I mean, from the face of it, it still seems the majority, the bulk, or at least maybe, I don't know, 40%, 45% are on this Shah's side because they still see him as the most secular option. But there's a good 40-50% that's divided amongst communists, mujahideen, the regime supporters. Obviously, the regime still has its supporters. It might be like 5 to 10, 20%, who knows? But they still have them. And then there'll be like Republicans who don't want any kind of monarchy. They just want pure republic. So there'll be a divide amongst all of that. The communists still want to get a foothold in Iran, just like they want to do it in New York, just like they want to do it everywhere. So the communists are going to be pushing for their agenda. Socialist, communists, sometimes there's a little divide amongst them, but mostly the same. Obviously, there'll be Islamists who want to get their teeth in. The Muslim Brotherhood has its supporters in Iran. So everybody, there's the pie is relatively well split amongst a lot. I think even the Shah supporters will probably be less than 20-30%. Oh, hold on. Sorry, my connection is playing up a little bit. I think my computer is finding it a little bit hard to deal with all the things that I'm running tonight. This machine usually gets a little hot under the car. Actually, no, it's not bad. The heat is good. It just gets hot when I'm running too many graphical stuff. But yeah, my good sir, that is what is going on. And I don't know actually even if the people in the chat knew that Reza Pahlavi had already been to the wall. Thank you, Cheeky Chops. Cheeky Chops became a member. Oh, did he? John? No, he's already a member. Sorry. I just noticed it. Thank you everyone for being in the chat. I'm sorry guys, I can't actually read all the chats all the time. I'm trying to keep up, but I am losing little things. Well, who's this gentleman? Someone with the name of Gorbani. Oh my God, Nayak, dear HAFEZ. At the moment, Pahlavi had 80%, 14% others, and 6% Islamic Republic. Really? Really? Is that? Ooh. Well, there you go. I mean, that's Nayak. I mean, don't get me wrong. Good. Nayak is very politically involved, so he is up to date with a lot of things, and it's hard to kind of challenge him on that because I don't know the exact numbers. Those are like sort of off the top of my own head. I don't think 80% is. I think 80% is less than. Because the thing is, just like the liberals in America, Tim, everybody thinks, the loudest, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So the loudest noises are, everybody thinks everybody's on their side. And currently the cities are the squeaky wheels. They're the loudest. They're the ones screaming Pahlavi. But a lot of people miss that the small villages, because Iran is like 4 times the size of England. It's a massive country, and people forget the small towns and villages. And I don't know, because they're much more religious, they're much more traditional, much more conservative. I'm not entirely sure we're counting everyone when we're saying like 80%. 80% of maybe the cities, but Iran isn't all of, it's just cities. It's a larger portions of Iran.
Would that be enough?
I don't know. I hope so. Here's my hope. For fuck's sake, Banksy, it's Nayak. I know it's Nayak, but what I mean is I'm still not going to just immediately agree with Nayak just because it's Nayak. I know Nayak is extremely well informed about Iran, but it's still, I'm still like, nobody knows because no one's taken a poll. It's just the impression that we get. And I wish Nayak actually would jump on. Nayak, if you'd like to click on the link and jump on and give us a bit more insight, I'd be happy to. I'd love to actually hear your perspective, guys. If you have the link, let me see if I can post the link. Nayak, if you can jump on and just give us your take. You don't have to be on camera, just in the background, just voice. I would love to hear. I would love to hear if if this is an accurate analysis, but I don't feel like it is, because again I think we're missing out on a lot of the smaller towns and villages of Iran, and eventually they will make their voices heard. But it's true though. You just need. I mean, to be perfectly honest, you only need 3 to 5% of the population to be extremely motivated to start and to get a revolution going. You don't actually need people like 48% of the population. No, you don't need 40. You don't even need 30%. 3 to 5% of the population, if they rise up and become extremely aggressively revolutionary, they can kick off a revolution. This has been known. It's not like an unknown thing. چه خبر؟ چطوری آقا؟ Hello. Tim, this is Nayak. Nayak.
I just jump in, and I'm first of all, hi to everyone. Hello, my dear
Tim.
friends. Yeah, dear Tim. It's your team. It was discussing about Scotland. I heard what the fuck?
No,
Braveheart analogy.
We were using a Braveheart as an analogy. But okay, Nayak, tell us, what do you think about what is the actual support for Pahlavi in Iran?
Actually, I think I find out I have to correct everyone about my name. My name is Niak.
Niak.
Nayak is different. Yeah. Let's go. Let's talk about how many people inside Iran. We're talking about inside Iran, not outside. We have to remember lots of Khomeinis, lots of people who supporting Khomeini to come to power. They are, after Khomeini came to power, he kicked them out or killed them. When they going out, lots of them came here in UK or lots of different European country, and especially US as well. But we actually Iranians saying we have second Islamic Republic outside Iran. This is, this is serious matter. You have to actually think about where this data coming from outside Iran or from inside Iran. If you seeing actually looking at the footage coming from Iran, you see lots of people, millions of people in street chanting Pahlavi's name. This is not something, AI made it, or the Islamic Republic wants to be actually seeing that, especially about the Pahlavi supporters in Iran. We have lots of monarchies. We have lots of Republican who support Republican in future of Iran, but they are still support Pahlavi. We should count them as a Pahlavi supporters, because they believe in future of Iran. We can be we can elect, have a free election, and ask for the future of Iran, or what system you want, Republican or monarchy. If you right now between the Iranians make asking Iran inside and Iranian outside. If you're asking Iranians outside Iran, your number was exact number, 40, 50 outside Iran. But inside Iran, right now inside Iran, 80% of people believe the leadership of Pahlavi for transition, for the revolution. 80% is a big number. And 10% it's other leftists, Islamists, which is they have problem with monarchy. They still their brain actually washed. That's why they don't want to even negotiation. If you're asking them, okay, tell me what's the monarchy's problem, they just saying this is a dictatorship. Okay, what's a dictatorship means to you? They don't want to answer the simple question, as you see always the leftists here in UK. If you want to talk to them, they refuse to actually answer. They don't have really enough knowledge about the systems. They just believe the people should have a power. They should have a lead a country. Okay, how? We have to be equal. Okay, all right. We should be equal, but in same way, when I'm working hard, when I'm studying university, and I have lots of knowledge in my experience, for example in IT, why
I have to be with someone who doesn't go to the university and he wants to run, for example, the network system in Iran. Why I have to be equal with them? This is something the leftists always, refuse to answer. And yeah, 10% is others. I name them others. 10, no, not 10, 14%, and 6% as a last time when we find out how many Islamic Republic had supporters in Iran. It's around 6%. But in same time, outside Iran, 50%, 40%, it's monarchy supporters, Pahlavi supporters, and 15% Islamic Republic supporters. 15%.
15%? You think there's more Islamic supporters outside of Iran than inside right now? That's amazing.
Yes. Absolutely, yes. Because you know why the Islamic Republic is still in power? Because they actually agent or as a refugee here, they are, claiming asylum.
Ah, I see.
Every time going to Iran, coming back, and at the moment when they want, they ask them to support them. You see with your own eyes in the
streets,
Palestinian actually rallies.
Protests. Yeah.
You see that with the Khomeiни's posters.
Yeah.
They supporting Islamic Republic
during
12 days war between the Islamic Republic and Israel.
Yeah, they came out.
How many people? Yeah. How many Iranians? They just speak Persian, but how many Iranians coming and show their support?
Yeah. Can I ask you this?
I got a question.
Oh, go on. Go on, Tim. Go
on. What age group has the control? Is it the older or the middle age or the young? Like who's controlling
what?
The support? Like which?
Yeah.
What is the age of the support? The biggest support group?
Biggest supporter is a young generation. Biggest supporter, and biggest the enemy of him, but still they supporting him for the transition. It's the old fossil people. Actually, they still believe they have to fight with, but the young generation, even Islamic Republic, try washing their brain because of the social media. They think they looking on social media. They looking at the interview the Shah made with the lots of different medias. They see and they hear with their own eyes and ear who exactly he was. The young generation, I see young generation is the biggest number of his supporter.
Excellent. Can I ask you? Because I'm always worried about the blowback on a lot of these issues. Like I was talking to Tim actually the other day about the Venezuelan blowback to America because of the Venezuelan situation. Will there be, because if there are actual terror cells from the IRGC in Europe, in America, in other places, will we see them activated or some kind of blowback in the next few years? If the regime falls this year, would they potentially activate those cells in order to create mayhem and chaos in Europe and America?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, yes. They have. What do you think when they fall, where they want to go?
Well, a lot of people are saying Russia.
HAFEZ, their family are living here in UK. They have lots of accommodation here in London, in best area in London. They buy lots of accommodation here. They have citizenship. Rouhani, previous president of Islamic Republic, he actually studied in Scotland.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
But what I mean is, would they create terrorism here? Would they like try and blow things up, trying to create chaos?
Exactly. Do you think they will give up? No. After Islamic Republic fall in Iran, the UK and all European country should actually again reviewing their actually
all their citizenships and all of these
citizenship. Yeah.
Oh, damn. But the thing is, you see, I'm worried that because they're not going to do that. I mean, let's be honest, they're too chicken shit.
Hafez,
but
Hafez, I get what actually which way you want to go. But let me tell you something about that matter actually. Okay, Islamic Republic fallen, for example, in next month. All right, where they want to go, for example, they will go to attend to their families. US, UK,
Canada,
Germany, Canada. It's biggest.
Yeah, I heard like Rafsanjani owns like half of Canada.
Yeah,
he's bought so much land there.
You as an Iranian, you always hearing that from Iranian views. They saying the Islamic Republic gonna soon growing up or can make what's the name? The revolution gonna be happen in the European country. They saying they expose the exports the Islamic Republic to our country, and now is their time.
So they're going to export the Islamic Republic from Iran into Europe and into all these countries that they live.
You have to imagine right now how many Muslim MPs in Parliament we have in UK. Labour government, why they didn't say anything about the Islamic Republic, anything about the uprising in Iran? Why?
Yeah, no media, no BBC, nothing.
Do you think knife can cut themselves?
Okay, that's like an Iranian expression. It's like
exactly,
can a knife cut itself? Yeah, I get it. I want to ask you one more thing, and I thank you for your time, by the way. Whenever you need to go, just go. But I just want to. I want to ask
Roy
you.
actually sent me the link and said, "Come, it's about the Iran. You can talk." And I'm really busy. I have lots of lots of stuff to do, but I really want to come and
Thank you so much.
See you.
But I wanted to ask you one thing. Did you see Tucker Carlson's show being broadcast on Iranian TV?
What do you expect? What do you expect? Do you think it's gonna be? It's. Are you surprised, Hafez?
Well, I mean, I'm not because I know Tucker has gone to Qatar, and he's he's involved with the Qataris now. So essentially, he's a bought agent now.
Islamic Republic.
Yeah. You think Candace is...
Tucker supported Iran first, though. If you remember when we attacked Israel, remember how he was grilling everybody about how do you attack somebody and you don't know what's going on? He was really pro-Iran very, very months ago.
Yeah. Do you think...
Republic.
Yeah, do you think Candace Owens is going to take a trip to Qatar soon? Is it her turn?
Why not?
Well,
why not?
You see, Tim, when you say like we saw the picture, video of the Pahlavi Shah in Israel touching the wall. Well, for the people like Tucker and Candace Owens, they have to go to Qatar and they have to touch the wall there. That's where they go to touch the
balls.
wall.
They just kiss their balls.
They kiss the balls.
No,
they don't just touch the wall. They kiss the balls.
They lick the balls,
How about now? Here's one. Piers Morgan. He went to Qatar as well recently. Is he the? Is he kissing the walls?
You know, the Arabs, we have lots of, you know, Arab countries around us, you know, which is they are, this is coming from our history. The Arabs doesn't like us. And hashtag we too, you know. This is
hashtag we too. Yes.
Yeah, they don't like us because they believe we are not real Muslim, which is we are not. Yeah, we are not Muslim. We are Zoroastrian, and we are not believing in Islam. That's why, yeah, they hate us.
We're not part of their gang. This is what I actually said. So by the way, we got John. Big up, John. John's on the line. JK, I'm going to put you up in a second. Just give me a few minutes, JK. What I wanted to tell you was exactly that. There was a girl, her name is Bushra something. And she was like, oh, I don't understand why Iranians are these, you know, they support Zionism and Israel, because she's a Pakistani girl. She thinks that because we're from the Middle East, we're all part of the same club. We all belong to the same gang. And I said, no, we're not cut from the same cloth as you. You're cut from a sari. We're cut from Persian rugs. We're from a different, we're different species. We're not the same. We're not Arabs.
All the extreme Muslim hate Iranians because the Iranians are more open-minded and more, you know, more questioning about Islam. Even the Iranian Muslim, they sometimes you can asking them question about Muhammad, about Aisha, they will not blowing themselves in your face. They will not killing you. They will talk to you. Even they don't believe you are right. You know, the Muslim Iranians, they are never going, you know, bombing some stadium and, you know, because of their belief. You are a kafir and you have to die. No. The Iranians just, you know, change something in Islam, and they believe that, you know, and you have to know, you have to be Iranian to understand about the view of the Iranians, how they looking at Islam.
Yeah, the thing is, there's because of the European, like the European Muslim and the liberal European Muslim has this like bubble that they're in, and they believe that just because you're brown or you're from the Middle East, you're on their side. It's like this automatic assumption that you're always on their side, and that's why I think they get a bit shocked when they realize, when they talk to Iranians, and the Iranians are like, no, we're not part of this gang. We're not on the side of Palestine. In fact, let me just play this for you, because this is what I played earlier on, but I just want to play it for you because I know you know this, because this was the first chant before anyone else was talking about Palestine and you know, sort of, yes.
October 8th, HAFEZ. This is really big things we have to realize. October 8th, exactly day after the Hamas attacked Israel. October 8th, people inside Arya Mer Stadium, they chanting, Parcham Felestino Bokon to Kunet. You know, exactly in the beginning.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This was
but
literally.
The leftists and Islamists were to the, you know, front of Israeli embassy, and they are dancing. They are fucking dancing there.
Yeah. Exactly.
They celebrating there.
Exactly. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's why I was. It's like when I see these, you know, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Arabs, liberals in the West talking about Iranians as if they're part of the same club, where we're all in the same gang. You don't really know us.
The 12 days war. I went to their demonstration with the sign saying, "We Iranian doesn't need you." That's it. We don't need them. We need the nationalists. We need someone who love their own country. When you love your country, you understand how I love my country, why I'm fighting. When you don't like or love your country, you don't understand what's going on in Iran, and you don't care about. You just want to make chaos, and yeah.
John, do you have any questions, or do you want to get in on this talk a little bit, mate?
I was just backing up Niak, saying about the regime's kids living in London. They're living in all big, expensive properties. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. I've seen them. You know what I mean? I've seen them. Like, they're living the high life. They're not working. You know what I mean? There's plenty of money being pumped into them. You know, so they
Absolutely.
live the high life, man. Do you know what I mean? So
Oh, we got Roy. We got Roy. Sorry, go on, yeah.
Oh, Roy, I'm sick of it.
Big up. Yeah, thank you for coming in tonight. And listen, I just need to make this clear to everyone. I know it looks like Nyack, but his name is Niak. It's pronounced Niak.
He told us.
Know that. Fucking sick of it. People calling him fucking Nyack. It does my head in.
I'll blame CP. I'll blame CP.
Yeah. Well, God bless you, Niak, for coming in tonight, because this is a platform that I think you should take a lot of advantage of, and HAFEZ as well. You know, you two should come together a lot more often and get the word out there, because we support you guys 100%. You know that, HAFEZ. You know that, Niak. And it's what it's all about. You know.
Yeah. Let me tell you. Let me say one story about Roy, and I'm just going. One night, me, Roy, and lots of citizen journalists were to the front of number 10, and actually the terrorist supporter was there, and they are chanting, you know, they are trying to make me in trouble, and they didn't success. We were to the pub, and on the way to come back, I actually seeing that Roy said, "Oh, my boss coming." I said, "Okay, let's go. You just go with your boss. I'm just walking and passing the Palestinian," because they was still there. After we were to pub, and after that they was still fucking there. They don't have anything to do, you know. They just sitting in the street, and I just push Roy to the boss, and I'm just think it's gonna be okay. He said to me, No, I will get the next boss. I said, no, go. It's fine. They can't even kiss my ass. No worries. And I just walking. No, I'm walking and passing them. And I just message Roy, I'm fine, everything is okay. And he didn't answer. Oh, okay. But it's weird, but it's fine. It's okay. I'm never looking behind. I'm always, looking beside. I'm just, when I want to, checking my behind, I'm passing crossing the road. I'm not looking behind, because this is something you have to know. When you looking behind yourself, people who following you, they will realize you are always looking behind. That's why they learn, something. But when you cross, you can see who actually following you. 2 years, I'm still alive. That's why because of these things.
Because it works.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
You need to.
Yeah. And I didn't actually looking behind, and I was, feeling I'm okay, because lots of people in pavement, and everything was in my mind was okay. And day after, I get the video from Roy. I see he jumping off from bus and filming behind me as talking about me, and I want to just. And he said, I want to just make sure this guy is safe and he's a, patriot and stuff. After that day, I feel real love. How you can get love from someone who is not even member of your family.
Yeah. 100%.
That's why for me it's really hard when Iran gets free. It's I don't know.
We're coming to Iran.
Exactly. yeah, but I'm still don't wanna let the leftists and Islamists get this beautiful people hostage, and I don't want to they get the control of this beautiful country.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. Love you, Roy.
I love you too, brother.
You are like my big brother. That's why I'm always respecting you. Everywhere you say, I will come, even in hell.
God bless you, brother. God bless you. Yeah. Thank you for coming
Bless
up.
you. Bless you.
I love you, Roy.
Niak,
Cheers.
Niak, have a wonderful night.
Cheers, Niak.
Take care. Bye. All right, guys. There you go.
What a G. What a G. Niak is.
Such a nice guy.
He's, mate.
Guys, I want to get in. Actually, Roy, go for it. Give me your side, because I want to bring Jay Kingston in as well. JK is James is one of the regulars at Speaker's Corner. How's it going, James? Sorry, Happy New Year to you, mate. By the way, I haven't spoken to you in ages.
Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year.
Man. Okay, Roy, give me your take. Give me your take so far. What you've heard on Iran and future.
I see a future for Iran. I actually do. I mean, like Niak was saying, there's a lot of complications in there. All right, there's a lot of this, that, and the other. Right, it's everywhere. There's confusion everywhere. That was the point of, in my eyes, the whole transition into the Great Reset was to confuse as many people as possible, get them all fighting amongst themselves, and get them arguing and screaming and shouting. But when you create that kind of scenario, you will find that the strongest people will rise up and they will take over. What's that poem, strong men make good times and weak men make bad times, etc. And we are in that transition right now. And I think this is the moment where the strong men are now standing up, because the weak men have let us down. And that goes for all the politicians and all the people that have been voted in to fucking help us, have turned against us for a political agenda. And that's where I stand. And God bless Iran, and these people are fucking amazing. Like the Israelis as well. Yeah. We went 100%. We went out there to document just what was going on. And it was a Palestinian protest. They was upset about what's going on. Fair enough. But hang on a minute. You did this. And within a week or two of the Palestine protests, we discovered that it had been Islamified. It had been taken over. We had Muslim Brotherhood gangs fucking doing speeches around the corner, and we had different factions of Muslim, like banned organizations, right? Coming up. Police were doing nothing. When people were walking down the street with ISIS flags, I'm going, what the fuck are you doing about that? And the old bill, we're documenting it, but you weren't arresting them. Are you kidding me? These are people that were cosplaying Hezbollah, cosplaying Hamas, dressed up like, you turn around. If you live in that environment, what we do, and you're walking down the street, you turn around and you see a guy who's dressed up like Hezbollah or like Hamas, your heart starts racing. As a British citizen, my heart starts racing. And you don't know if he's just going to blow up at any minute. You don't know. You just don't know. And that's going through my mind. And I think Niak, as an ambassador for Iran, who's come to this country, who's stood up and was willing to be counted and put himself on a fucking hit list to support the Jews, all right, and what was happening to them, and emphasizing the fact that this whole Palestinian thing isn't about Palestine. It's got fuck all to do with Palestine. This is about Islam, radical Islam. And he was brave enough to stand up and be counted, and that's how we become friends,
Excellent. Thank you.
So that's where I stand on it. Fuck everybody else.
Sick of it. So, John, James, sorry,
Yes.
James.
Go on, James. Go on.
James, sorry, yeah, I wanted to bring James in.
Go on,
James,
go on,
have
go
you
on.
been listening in? Have you got a take on this? Kingston, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Hey, good man. Go on, James.
No, I'm just curious because I thought that these protests were happening mostly due to a drought that was causing a water shortage.
No, that wasn't like that was one of many reasons. The real big one was actually the currency and the hyperinflation that Iran was under. That actually, because the first revolution, believe it or not, started with almost the same group of people, which is the merchants. The merchants were the first group who started protesting in 1979, and the students.
The union equivalent. Is that the union? Yeah. Right, the
Yeah,
unions
you
and
could
the
say,
students.
the bazaar.
Yeah.
They call them bazaris, but yeah, well, it's not unions. They're actually just a group of just merchants who are just selling. You know, when you go to a bazaar, like the old Arabian bazaars. Well, this is what these groups are. It's just a bunch of merchants who are selling goods and services,
just to make a living,
pistachios
yeah.
and rugs and whatever. And the hyperinflation has literally made them unable to sell anything. Literally, you get your wages on Friday. Your wages are practically useless by Monday. The price of eggs has doubled or tripled by Monday. That's how it is. You know. The French Revolution, the famous Marie Antoinette saying, "Let them eat cake." That is literally what has happened in Iran. People can't afford bread. This is what happens. This is what happens when revolutions really kick off, is when people can't eat anymore. They can't buy food anymore.
But isn't Iran still under sanctions by the West?
Well, technically, yeah, the Iranian regime, until hopefully this recent change.
Not for long, though.
Yeah, once it flips.
This is the thing. I'm not sure if things are going to pan out the way you guys will hope. I mean, I hope it will go that way, but I don't know. I just think that, the BRICS nations are too heavily invested in Iran for it to be toppled and for it to become another puppet for the West.
Well, these are my worries. I mean, the thing is,
they're worried for everything. But look, when you move forward, all right, you come across these distractions, and it's down to whoever's in control at that time to make the right decisions. That's it.
Yeah. But what I mean
we
is,
can only wait and see.
I mean, did you guys see the video I showed of Pahlavi in Israel? Right? Did you see that? Did you manage to catch that, or did you miss it?
Which one?
Okay. It looks like you missed it. Okay, give me a second. Let me show you guys what I showed. What I showed my boy Tim just earlier, because you see, these are the concerns that people are going to scream and shout about. You see, although I'm not concerned, but others are. Now you see the guy in the suit in the middle with the black suit and with the kippah. There's a Pahlavi. That's the Shah. That is the one that they want. Okay, that's the Shah. That's the current Shah of Iran, or not the current Shah, but the son of the Shah, the one everyone wants. Well, what do you think? What do you think the pro-regime, anti-Americans are going to say? They're going to be like, he is straight up Israeli puppet. That's exactly what they're going to say. Of course,
they're going to say that. They will. They've said it about everyone who goes to the Wailing Wall. Right? Every politician that's gone there, they say it, and some of them are susceptible to that kind of.
Sorry, John. Mute up.
That's right. No, it's me. It's me.
Yeah,
Sorry,
again, a bit of an echo. But what I'm trying to say is that. Oh, wait a minute. It must be someone else. I can hear.
That's
an
why
echo.
I jumped off, because my it started.
Oh no, it would echo. It would. Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting an
It
echo.
started going all robotic. So
Yeah. No. Yeah, it could have been signal as well. But every time I share my screen, it all echoes anyway. So everybody
I think what it is, Sab, is you have to go on mute when you share your screen. I've been told.
I think so. I think so. Unfortunately, it makes it really really hard to commentate over while
I don't do these
while
things,
I'm watching it. Yeah, I know. I got to get a few bugs. I got to get a few bugs sorted. But can you use headsets, John? Because I think that's what it is. You're not using headsets.
I've got a headset on.
You got a headset on.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody's echoing. Hold on. Let me mute you for a second. Okay, John? Yeah, no, it was Roy. It was Roy's. It was.
Yes,
no, wait a minute.
Jesus.
No, I can still hear it. No, I can hear myself.
I'll jump off. I'll jump in chat.
Yeah.
No,
sorry,
Roy.
Roy.
I've got to jump off anyway. Listen, I just wanted to, get Niak to come and join you.
Thank you, Roy. You're the man.
Do a lot more. And he, like he said, he wants to come back and he wants to spend more time with you. And I think that's going to help you both.
I'm happy because I'm just happy for the conversation. I'm also happy for his expertise. It's the expertise that's really critical.
There you go.
Because he's on the ground. He knows. He knows how things are over there. But thank you, Roy. Thank you, my good sir. You've been a champion.
Very welcome. God bless everybody.
Always.
God bless the chat. God bless everyone on the panel. And I'll see you on the next one.
See you tomorrow, geezer.
Peace. Yes, guys. You guys going to 10 Downing Street tomorrow?
Yeah.
Venezuelan morons are going to be out there supporting a dictator. Literally, these people are supporting dictators now. The veil is off.
It's hilarious. Like all the lefties are like screeching and crying and howling of Trump getting rid of this dictator, yet all of the Venezuelans diasporas are celebrating it.
Everyone, exactly. All the Venezuelans are happy. Everyone else is happy except the lefties, who are literally supporting dictators.
I know.
I will say this. I will say Trump is a bit of a hypocrite for going on for saying, "I'm the first president to not create any more wars or regime changes," and now he's going to have to come back on that. At least he's not doing it in the Middle East. At least it's more in America's backyard.
I think to be honest with you, these are extremely strategic moves. They're not like he didn't get himself caught up in Iran for like years on end with an endless war or anything like that. He didn't get himself caught up in Venezuela for decades. I don't know, because he says that America's gonna.
We don't know. That's
we don't know yet, because he's claiming America's going to run Venezuela at the moment. That in itself may end up being a bit of a mistake with putting troops on the ground. Who knows? But I will say this: Venezuela and its demographics and its religious background and historical background is very different to the Middle East. So it might be that they can actually control that better than they can in the Middle East. Who knows? But at the moment, let's put it this way: when it comes to China and Russia's positions on the global map, it's weakened quite a bit, especially if Iran falls, this year, which is very likely by
massive.
Things. China and Russia.
It's all about front, mate.
That's
what it is, mate. You front someone up, usually they're fucking They bottle it, and that's what Trump's done. He's fronted them all up, man, and they've all folded. Do you know what I mean? And it's,
and also this could be the very thing that Trump needs in order to bring Putin, essentially, because he's got to have leverage on Putin. That's what he's found. He's had a couple of meetings with him. He found that he doesn't have enough leverage to force him into some kind of ceasefire with Ukraine, and this is his leverage.
Needs the Trump card.
He literally needs. This is. I'll be perfectly honest with you. The man is the art of the deal. That is what you need in any deal situation. You have to have leverage over your opponent. If you have no leverage, and Putin had no reason to give up anything, although he's sending his soldiers into the meat grinder, he doesn't give a shit. He's a brutal, former KGB man. He doesn't give a shit about putting soldiers in the meat grinder. So he's quite happily going to do that all day long. And he's going to keep Ukraine in this warring state for years and years to come. In order for Trump to get this thing done and get Putin to the table and get it over the line, he has to have leverage over him. And now I think he's essentially, if Iran falls, Russia, Putin is going to go to the, he's going to come to the negotiating table. I promise you. If Iran falls and Iran sets up a society which is a pro-Israel, pro-America system, Putin will come to the table. He's like, okay, I'm getting screwed from too many areas now, too many angles, and that'll be the leverage Trump needs to try to settle this somehow. And this is the messed up thing. These lefty assholes don't realize if that is his game plan, he is essentially doing the very thing you assholes want, which is to stop the war in Ukraine. Anyway, sorry, JK, you were saying?
Yeah. I just do not see how BRICS are going to allow Iran to, collapse. The two vital, especially with China's Belt and Road Initiative.
I mean, at this stage, I don't even know what they can. I mean, short of sending in literally like Russian or Chinese troops or some sort of aid for the regime, I'm not entirely sure what they can do to actually keep the status quo. If the Iranian people are going to overthrow these guys with a little bit of, I presume, not a little bit, a lot of help from the CIA and Mossad in the background, which is most likely what has happened anyway. I mean, anybody who thinks Mossad and the CIA are not involved in these protests, you're deluded. The fact is that yes, they're involved. They'll probably have supplied some of the groups, various groups, with small arms and certainly provided financing. Starlink, possibly.
It's there. It's there, mate. They've got.
But what I mean is, if Starlink is been brought in by CIA or Mossad, I don't know, but certainly, it could possibly be that. But it's just the mere fact that they've funded it. They've definitely funded this. There's funding behind this. We have Duke, Mr. Duke. Hello, sir. Who are you, and where do you come from?
It's best Luke.
Oh my God, Luke! Are you kidding me?
Luke's the top G, man.
I know. I forgot. No, I know Luke from years ago, but you changed your name and everything to Duke.
Yeah,
Albazum. How are you, Luke? It's been a long time, mate.
Yeah, if you use the best Luke, then people basically just strike me for circumventing the policy. So I took the word I am base Luke, and basically, if you mix up the letters of Duke Albemarle, it says I am base Luke.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, John. I had to mute you, mate. This echo is killing me. I could barely hear it. It seems to be getting worse and worse. But unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. There you go. Oh yeah, that's
I'll
back.
Jump
it's
off.
Definitely.
I'll jump
try
off.
to jump off and jump back.
Yeah,
jump
try
off
to jump
back.
in and out. Sometimes that fixes like audio issues.
I'll try
Give it a
to
shot.
turn the internet off because I'm charging the phone up as well. I think that may be the problem.
That sometimes does it with your all on charge.
Yeah.
I can just hear you.
I'll
I
sit
can hear
in the
myself.
chat.
No, jump back in. Jump back in a few minutes.
All right. If not, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, mate. Yes, definitely. 10 Downing Street around 1 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, dude. I'll see you there for sure.
Laters. Cheers, Luke.
Peace out. Thank you again, John, for coming. Thanks, Roy, for bringing NIAC. And yeah, you guys have been awesome. Thank you. Made a hell of a show. Based. Tell me all about it. Happy New Year to you, mate. It's been way too long. You are one of the funniest men I know on the internet. How are you, sir?
Thank you. I'm good, thanks. As soon as I heard the news of shall say, soon to be Persia, I thought of yourself. How are you feeling at the moment?
Make Iran Persia again.
Liberation.
Well, I am hopeful. I am very hopeful. I am cautiously skeptical, but I'm hopeful. I think
you feel a shift around the world.
Oh, globally, when it comes to getting back to kind of like the world when it was in the 80s and 90s, I think that's what's happening with Trump. Trump is taking America back to the 80s. You know, this is that maneuver with Venezuela. That's like Top Gun Maverick and ice shit.
Universal and Paramount already fighting over movie rights to make a movie on that.
I know. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? That would be amazing if they made an actual movie.
Oh yeah, there'll definitely be a movie on that. Already in works. There's a screenplay already going around to Netflix at the moment. I think Trump is. Now, some people might say this is like a bit ironic to say. No, I completely agree with it. I think what he did with his first term was that he prioritised the average American and the pockets, and he made the American person richer. And I feel like his second term, he's genuinely strengthening the West. Is pursuing peace in places that people would never have dreamt possible, and he's putting his neck on the line for. People think it's just like I feel like he's doing very good things for the everyday person. Even like Christians in Nigeria and stuff, like there's nobody who it seems like he's not willing to defend. I'm very excited with how things are going, and I'm very hopeful for 2026.
But this is the problem. This is going against exactly what Trump was elected to do. You know, he was elected to be an American first president, and going into these like foreign districts is going to really ruffle his base. So it seems like there's a split. Like there's the Make America Great movement, and now there's also the American First or Nick Francis Groypers types. So there's a bit of a split in the right now.
See, I'm a bit like that though. I'm like make Britain great. Like if I was in America, I'd be MAGA. I'd be Make America Great Again. But I'd also see Trump putting his foot down on people in like Iran, for instance, as Make America Great Again. I'd see that as Iran's a potential threat to us. So Trump preemptively putting them in check and making sure that they don't succeed to power. And with Israel taking out Hezbollah, which paralysed them, I think all of this is putting our nations first. It's putting the West first.
But here's the thing.
In the West.
Is it really in Britain's interest for America to remain as the world hegemon?
I'll call it state, yes. If you was to ask me 200 years ago, Jay, then no, I'd hope that we was in that position where we're the ones who were the moral arbiter and we're the ones who were the leaders, but I just don't.
But here's the thing. Why do we have to just accept America's going to perpetually be the superpower? You know, I'm just like, do we not? Can we not like put together the issues of why we're in this problem is because America does feel like they are invincible and they can do whatever they want, and that's why they literally go into these countries and promote all these very traditional or cultural things like feminism, but sex, all that stuff. And that's exactly what caused the ISIS or even Boko Haram in the first place. Boko Haram literally means, no Western education, So, yeah, it's great that, we liked the idea of America being the top dog and we could do whatever we want and we got the power. But at the same time, the people who run America are absolutely determined to destroy the West and to remake it into this absolutely disgusting, world that they want to push onto ourselves.
I think they've tried that, and I think it's failed. I think they're seeing that that the West is not willing to bend in that direction. I see it as I'm a realist, me, and there's always got to be a leader. And in my opinion, thankfully, it's somebody like America who we can recognise as our cousins, even though we might not agree with like the current leadership and stuff like that. Like we're still based on the same standards. If America were the ones in charge, then China would be the ones, or Iran, and I don't think the world would be a better place for that.
I disagree. I think even with Britain back in the day being the top dog, they weren't like the hegemon, like the same way as America became after World War II. Like literally after World War II, there was literally no one, and I mean no one could equal America. They had it all. Whilst even though Britain was the most powerful empire in its time, it was still one of many empires, and it still was basically a world where there's still competition. There's like, oh yeah, we were the top dog, but we could still easily be overtaken by, I don't know, Germany or America or that time was just like made up of lots of different powers, and they're in competition with each other. And that's what I would actually want. I think we need to get away from a single country being the world hegemon and going back to a more polarity of different empires with different interests and in competition with each other.
But do you see that achieve? Like I've always said, like when you score villains and that, I've always said, look, I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. I'd wish for the British Empire to come back. Like, why would I not want Britain to rule the world? I believe that if Britain ruled the world, we'd be doing a better job. We'd be delivering better standards, delivering better morals. It'd just be a better place for everybody. But I'm just a realist. We don't have that power. Now, maybe we can get it back in 100 years' time. I just don't see it, J.A., with the way that our country's been run into ground by its leadership.
All right, that's fine.
But I'm not disagreeing with you. Idealistically, yeah, I agree. But I just don't see it. I can't worldwide now. I just see that the globalists have done what they've done. They've tried to create this euphoria. It's kind of backfiring now. I don't know what's next from this, but I can't see it going back to. Well, then again, I don't know.
I don't see it going back to America being the hegemon. I think even America wants to kind of like, no longer be the world's policeman and just really focus on its own domestic affairs. And I think in many ways they're actually happy for a re-emerge of a new Anglosphere bloc like Britain, Canada, Australia, New Zealand to take the reins again as being more the police, the trade routes and all that stuff on the high seas.
Yeah, I'm not against that.
But then again, I am concerned that, Trump is now going to make an attempt to annex Greenland, and then who knows what he's going to do next. And I think like when empires like come to the end or the autumn period, that's when they become particularly dangerous, and they'll either fizzle out or go out with a bang.
I don't know about taking Greenland. I think Greenland's a little bit of a troll. I honestly don't think that.
Yeah. You absolutely.
I see that as again another power play.
It's desperate to have Greenland. That is so strategically important, and he is absolutely happy to fuck over Europe. He does not respect Europe at all.
Really? You honestly think that he would take Greenland? Greenland?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think we're that far.
Like, there's going to be the Northwest Passage that's going to create the nearest shortcut from getting goods from East Asia to the West, and it's either going to go over Russia, which is what BRICS is going to work on, or it's going to go over Canada. But either way, it's going to be very close to Greenland, and America definitely wants to have military bases dotted all around Greenland in order to ensure those trade routes are protected.
Yeah, I'm not against that, to be fair. I'm not against. Again, like, I'm just a realist. I see that the world leaders are America, and just thank God that they're America and not Iran or not China.
Yeah, but the regime is it's got a base in America, but it's also got a base in Europe, like especially the Davos types.
What regime? Sorry.
The regime is basically just a term to say the powers that be that want to create this new world order. The World Economic Forum, Davos, the Bilderbergs, those lots. It's just.
Yeah, I see those coming to an abrupt end. All of those organisations. I think Trump just announced that they've withdrawn from the climate side of the United Nations or something like that. And
the climate accords or all that stuff. Yeah. But yeah, you see, this is the thing. I actually think Trump is I don't think those organizations are over. I think those organizations are way too powerful to be over. But they are certainly, Trump is a thorn in their side because they've got agendas that they've been wanting to advance for years now. And Trump has kind of thrown a spanner in a lot of that stuff. I mean, I don't think these people would want. They wanted the status quo. They wanted Iran to remain a dictatorship under the mullahs. They wanted Venezuela to be where it is. They want Russia and China. I think these organizations have placed ironically, their puppets in all of these places. I mean, we all know that someone like Sadiq Khan and Keir Starmer belong to the Fabian Society, that they all, I mean, because literally Keir Starmer said he would rather be in the World Economic Forum than having to deal with British Parliament. I mean, it's like these are, Trudeau was a World Economic Forum puppet. So is this new guy, Carney. He was literally he's a banker, for crying out loud. Who else? All the other various puppets in Europe, all the different leaders in Europe. 90% of them are all on board with the World Economic Forum. Trump is, I think, the actual spanner in this work. That's why they fought tooth and nail to try to stop him from being elected. Because they knew it's not like they're going to stop what they're doing. Unfortunately, for all of us, they don't. These people are way too powerful and way too influential to be able to for us to stop them. Trump isn't going to be able to stop any of this. He has put he's essentially a pause button for the next 3 years.
They're not even changing up, Banks. If you look at, I made this statement the other day about Nigel Farage. You know, with where they're recently saying that he said things 50 years ago and stuff. If you look at when Donald Trump was first running for power, running for president. They struggled to criticise his policies and his manifesto. So they went at things that he'd said in the locker room 50 years ago, for example. And they're doing the same now with Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage will be another thorn in the side for these globalist organisations.
Maybe. But again, I think these guys are like, I've always said this, you can elect Trump or you can elect Farage, and you will walk to the ultimate destination and goal that these bastards have in mind for us all, or you can elect someone like Keir Starmer who will run you to their final destination. And that's the problem. I don't think that the course has changed. There's no course change here. It is just simply the rate in which you're moving forward.
You just want the version that's on like the speed limit, you know.
Yeah, and maybe a slight pause in some of their plans, like this, like the climate change bullshit, or some of the other things might be on slight pause for like 2 or 3 years. But these guys are going to get back to business as usual the minute Trump is out.
I'm happy that Bill Gates is now starting to give up on the whole like climate agenda shit, you know. So we've got that point.
Well, maybe they're just simply changing tactic. I don't think they're giving up, because I think they saw all of this crap for what it was, which is just a way to siphon money out of the public. It wasn't that it's actually going to change anything. No human being is going to actually be able to change real climate shift in this planet. They're not powerful enough. They're not even close enough.
I know all of it. I know all of it was bollocks. They're just saying this because they want to basically destroy the national infrastructure, especially when it comes to food and energy.
Yeah.
So
there's only Western countries that follow it.
Yeah, if you can nationalize the energy and food sectors, you basically control everything. If you control energy and food, then you've got
energy, food, and property, which is essentially what they're doing. By the way, the farmers thing, the whole inheritance tax thing, it is a system. And I think even, because I spoke to Rees Mogg a few weeks ago, last year, with the farmers' protests. It's on my channel. I interviewed him.
Oh, nice.
And he said it is a way to control essentially what they're going to do is they're going to push farmers into poverty because they're not going to be able to pay the inheritance tax, and then the farmers are forced to sell the farm to a massive conglomerate, which is someone like Bill Gates and others are involved in. And that's how they'll seize essentially land and food all at the same time. That's, like you just said, they want to control food, energy, and housing. They're going to move into all of that. They're going to turn some of the farms into property development for properties, and then the others they're going to either turn Britain into some sort of a banking service industry, or because they're going to destroy all the primary industries and just make it into service and tertiary possibly, and then assign a country like Spain or some other nation to become the farmers of Europe. Essentially, I don't know if you guys ever seen a movie called. What was it called? Defiance? Something. Anyway, it was this dystopian movie about the future where you were born into a family which was assigned your entire race or group was assigned a particular task in society. These were the farming families, the warrior families, the scientific families, that sort of shit. And you were assigned essentially that for the rest of your life. You were born into your job, and
So it's
that's
kinda
all you
like
were.
like a caste system.
Yeah, exactly, a caste system. I forgot what it was. It was like a film like the Hunger Games, but it wasn't the Hunger Games. It was
Yeah, I
another
think
one.
it was a similar thing with Man of Steel. The Kryptonians were basically genetic.
There you go. There you go.
To be very specific with their professions.
They were literally genetically altered to be this particular thing: warrior, a scientist, a farmer, whatever. And you were born into that. This caste system. But what I'm saying is, they will make Europe into a caste system in which certain nations will become farming nations, and other nations will become the banking nation or the service nations, and this and that.
They tried it already in the EU, where they said, I believe at one stage we couldn't grow certain so we couldn't grow tomatoes, for example, because tomatoes had to come from Spain.
There
so
you
it's
go.
Like they already tested with like the.
There you go.
You know what you said, yeah.
But what I'm saying is, they are beta testing all of this. This nation can only farm fish. This nation can only farm tomatoes and X, Y, and Z. This other nation can only do this. So they are essentially beta testing it in
We can
small.
only get pasta from Italy. We can only get this.
You
from
see
this
what I
place.
mean? Wine from over here, fruits from over there, vegetables from over this, and they will just simply divide Europe up into these sort of things where they're just specialized nations for specific things, and the people of that nation have to live with it.
I mean, aren't they aware how important crop rotation is?
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's a million, because these idiots are not farmers. That's why farmers are actually coming out saying, "You're idiots. You don't know how farming works. What are you doing?"
We can't keep growing this one patch of crop in this land. It's going to destroy the soil. You know.
Yeah, and the soil will stop actually growing anything eventually. But what I mean is, you see what they're going to do then? They'll have the GM crops from Monsanto and all the other shit, so that they will artificially do things in order to keep things going without necessarily the soil. I mean, to be honest with you, let's be honest. Given enough time, we'll all be eating out of replicators anyway, and we're not going to have. It's all going to be.
Yeah, no, I think them wanting the land is just as much as them wanting to build more houses for the new official Britons. You know?
Yes, for the new Brits, for the new English. So yeah, that's what I mean. Though these farms, I guarantee you, these poor farmers, although. I am amazed that nobody's advising farmers on how to avoid inheritance tax, because there is literally dozens of ways the rich avoid inheritance tax. The rich don't actually pay inheritance tax because they have everything in trusts. They put everything in trusts and corporations.
I do believe that's like it's still one of the loopholes that they can use. Where they'll just give it to the family members and then you can't take anything.
What you do is you set up a trust and you put all your assets in that trust, and your children. Nobody inherits the trust once you die. The trust exists and is accessible by certain people, which is your relatives, your sons and daughters. And the trust, though itself, nobody inherits anything. It doesn't die. It's an immortal document in a lawyer's filing cabinet. So the trust. This is how the rich do what they do. You guys, I swear to God, I say this to everyone. Read the book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It explains how the rich remain rich and how they avoid paying tax. The number one task of the rich is to avoid tax. Their entire world
for the rich is the lawyers. Like, there's a reason for it. Yeah.
Yes, their entire world revolves around how I avoid paying tax. How do I pay the minimum tax possible? That's how they.
But even the minimum tax is still a huge tax that they pay. Like basically the top 20% of earners basically pay all of the taxes.
Yeah, fund everything.
Well, they pay. Yeah, they pay.
Again, when people say that rich need to pay more taxes, I'm actually against that. If anything, they're already pushing their weight more than most people. So of course it's going to be their incentive to find loopholes to
pay as little tax as possible.
As possible. But the thing is, if you push, like you said, the rich pay, the amount of tax the rich pay is so much, despite the fact that they avoid paying tax at all costs. But the 10 or 20%, was it like 21% capital gains and all these other sort of investment type tax that they pay, because they make so much money, that the amount of tax that they do pay, which is still far less than your average PAYE, is so much that it still is. If you take that tax out of the system, your whole system collapses, because that tax money.
One of the weekly contributions to tax would outweigh a working class person's lifetime contribution.
Lifetime earnings. Someone like Mohammed Al Fayed, he filed, I think, a tax bill for like £20 million one year. Just 1 year's tax was like £20 million.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. Is like a lot of people, and I know like the billionaires do have a lot of reasons why we should shit on them, but a lot of it is kind of unjustified. Like, because, for example, like during COVID, you saw like how their assets like kind of like skyrocketed, and people like assume that, oh, it's because the billionaires,
behind it.
But actually, it's because we were all getting like these government, stimmies to keep us going during lockdown, and most of us, let's be honest, we did not spend it on, good investments. A lot of us just spent it on stupid NFTs or other things like that. And so when all these people are given all this free money from the government and they spend it on shit, then of course these assets that these billionaires own are going to go up with inflation, So, I just find it like, let's stop like just pointing the finger at other people.
I'm all for fucking billionaires.
Let's also take responsibility for our own fuck ups,
I think going back to Iran, the fact that Elon Musk has owned Starlink and he's been able to turn on the internet for people of Iran. Have you heard about that, Ragsay?
Yes. Sorry, I was just checking the sound quality. Yeah. I mean, I've heard that they've smuggled, they've put Starlink in the sense of smuggling in the actual system, the units, to try to get people
like the
connected.
satellites and stuff that you need on the ground.
Yeah.
But I've seen a video of the Starlink going over, and then it was announced yesterday, I think around 7 o'clock, that I think it was Mossad who said something. They said that there was reports that the people in the city centre, they've been given Starlink internet. Yeah. I mean, they're trying to essentially get several hubs or whatever set up so that the messages, the reports can get out on social media of what's happening on the ground and how things are moving. Because that is, that's worthy of a tax break. All right, you don't pay tax for a year now because that's the service that you've done. I mean, like, I would be able to offer that service to Iranian people. And not all governments would have been able to offer that service, especially without breaking some form of international laws or whatever they want to bring up these days. The fact that a private company could say, "Yeah, we're doing it," big up, you deserve a tax break. I do. I'm on board with that. If that is the thing, but the thing is, generally, I presume that the Iranian people are going to be very, very grateful to Elon Musk in the years to come. So there is kickbacks, I guess, in some form or fashion in the future. I'm sure the future Iranian governments are going to be very, very thankful of Elon Musk. So I'm sure he will. He'll be well appreciated for, or well thanked for his efforts now. But I mean, in all honesty, I think the American government and the Israeli government at this point are the ones who are really grateful for all of this, because at the moment their foreign policies absolutely align with the Iranian people's will. It's just, we'll see what happens in the years to come. Do you follow, or what's your thoughts on, I don't know how you pronounce it, or how you refer to him, like basically is it the king of Iran? Oh, the Shah, Reza Pahlavi. Reza Shah Pahlavi. Because I heard today that he's been wanting to come back for his exile, but he's always claimed leadership, ownership, whatever it is, and he's wanting and actively willing to work with Israel and build relations with them. So what's your thoughts on him potentially coming back?
Well, that's at the moment. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, I was talking to Niak Gorbani, you know, the guy who started getting arrested for holding up signs saying Hamas is a terrorist. You must have seen him on
I've heard of
media.
Niak though be mentioned on panel and that.
Oh, I see. Well, he's the guy. If you look online, he's been arrested like 30 times now by the
For
British
holding a
police.
sign saying Hamas is a terrorist organisation.
Yeah, because he would run into the
Surely that
he would
didn't go anywhere, because that's a fact. Like,
the thing is, he would run into the Palestinian protesters. He would run into the Palestinian protesters holding the sign, or run really close to them. And at the beginning, the British police are so scared of these Palestinian protesters that they would arrest anyone in any capacity that tries to antagonize them, in any way upset them. You even upset their feelings.
That Jew, weren't they, who tried to cross the road, that Jewish guy.
Exactly.
Cross the road and he got arrested,
Exactly. So the British police were so on eggshells and so nervous about anyone, they kept arresting him. Now, most of these arrests, in fact, I think all of them, apart from maybe one or two that are still awaiting court, were considered, no further action, because he wasn't doing anything illegal. He wasn't doing anything actually wrong. He was stating a fact.
Basically, they're just using like a public order just to prevent the peace type thing. They're just abuse powers, aren't they?
Yes,
when he's gone with Base Damien, that we had to walk an extra 45 minutes because around the corner where the rally was happening, there were some protesters on the corner, and the police said, "For your safety, we're not going to let you go down there." So you're saying that they're potentially violent, and you're making the victim. We've got two crutches, by the way, Amy, to walk an extra 45 minutes all the way around them, and then. And they won't even. Yeah,
essentially, they say they're going to attack you, so they're the violent thugs, but we're going to victimize you for your safety, and that's exactly what happens. That's exactly what happened, by the way, at the last Tommy event as well. The police.
It happened recently with the inquiry into it, isn't there, with the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans.
Yes.
They made this big lie saying that the Jewish fans were violent, and they've kicked off in Amsterdam. It's been complete lies. Amsterdam police have said that no, it was the opposite. It was Muslims who was attacking the Jewish fans, and we've just completely lied about it. Like what the?
And I think
state have we come to?
I think there are certain, because you see, this is the thing. Sometimes they don't really know who they're fucking with. Jews are exceedingly good at law. You are screwing with the wrong group if you think you're not going to get litigated up the wazoo. And yes, there are Jewish groups from Tel Aviv, Maccabi Tel Aviv, whatever the supporters, that are now suing the Midlands and the West Midlands police or whatever for the fact that they did this, because they know that essentially they libeled them. I don't know, is it libel or slander? I think it's libel in writing and
libel
slander.
written, slander's word,
So they essentially lied about them and their behavior. So they're suing, I'm sure they're suing them for that. And they're also, there's all sorts of human rights and all sorts of other things. I'm sure they're suing them up the wazoo. But the fact is that the West Midland police are pussies, and they are scared to death of the Muslim hordes. And in all honesty, I don't blame them. Birmingham is lost. Birmingham is no longer an English city. Let's face it. Birmingham is not an English city. Birmingham is somewhere between Pakistan and Bangladesh. It's like a hybrid of that. That's what Birmingham is now. So if they didn't want the place to be burning to the ground... Sorry?
But I thought we'd learned from the grooming gangs where we was no longer going to cover things and excuse Islamic extremism and instead blame the victim. We've done it again. We've just done it again straight away.
Yeah,
because we was afraid that Islamic extremists may attack because there was.
They would. It's not even they would attack
the Jewish people, and we've blamed the victims.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not even that they would attack the Jewish. They would burn Birmingham down. They'd burn Birmingham to the ground, dude. They'd smash up all the windows. They'd do all of that shit. I mean, we all know that these savages would do this. And in all honesty, the Midlands police are like, look, we either ban the peaceful Jews who won't burn the place down to the ground, or we let the Jews come in and the savages will burn the place to the ground. be perfect. I mean, I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying if you were faced with that choice, knowing who the hordes
be honest.
are.
Be honest. Don't say, "Oh, it's the Jews who are violent." Be honest and say, "Look,
well, that's why they're going to get sued."
We've got a problem with Islamic extremists in this country where we can't do things, we can't live life as normal, we can't live life as in the West as we expect to live. So we've got to
we have to
restrict
appeal
certain people's freedoms. We've got to restrict genuine minority groups' freedoms because another minority group may kill
because
them.
Because we allowed savages into our land, and now these savages are going to hold pitchforks and torches and burn our shit down. So I'm sorry, civilized people, we can't have you here because we have a bunch of animals running our town.
Do you not feel like do you not feel like a change is coming though? Like, when I say this,
not in Europe.
The amount of people that I know who a year ago wasn't speaking about politics or anything, had no interest. The amount of people that are anti-immigrant, anti-mass migration, anti-stuff, all this, like it's mainstream, beyond mainstream.
Yeah. Look, what I will say, I'll say this. The changes coming from the society, there's a societal shift, not a political shift. But then they always say social change is always upstream from politics. So the society changes, and the politicians, being the cowardly, spineless sacks of shit that they are, have to then change because they have to get votes. So they will then shift their policies once that happens. This is exactly what's happened in America. If you look at America, look at the way Trump has changed things. You think we would have... YouTube has made its platform a lot more eased up on conservative thoughts now. Facebook has totally changed.
I'm coming across like Islamic memes where like there was one I seen the other day where imagine being named after the world's most prolific paedophile or something. I think it was on Facebook, and it made me actually think, you know what? How many Mohammeds are there around the world, and they're named after like if you put it that way, then yeah. And I thought, wait, I would never have seen that on social media 2 years ago. Like, we're seeing a lot
that's
more
what I mean.
Islamic jokes. When I say Islamic, I mean like anti-Islamic, like anti-extremism. It's like we're not. Back in the day, people was afraid to speak about it. Let's not look back in anger. # religion of peace. Nowadays, people are not afraid at all, and I feel like there's been a major shift.
Yeah, it has, absolutely, because they realized with Trump in, there is a mass movement and a mass population sort of social shift towards not even, I wouldn't even say conservative, not real conservative, just centrist. Essentially, we're just going back to being a slightly center-right society, or at least America is, and America's influence hopefully will wash over to Britain, although it's not, because America has had to do certain things in order to punish the Europeans and the Labour government of this country to throw out, did you see where they recently threw out a bunch of leftist censorious assholes that went from Britain and Europe to America to try to push for censoring social media? Yeah. America's chucked them out, chucked them back to Europe. Europeans were losing their mind. Oh no! Oh, we can't believe America will never be able to enforce its attitude, its policies over a sovereign Europe. So Europeans voted for these laws through their own sovereignty. The thing is, Europeans, when they claim that the Europeans voted for this, for their version of the Online Safety Act, I forgot what they call it. The fact is, the Europeans didn't, not the people. It's the European Commission that brought that law into effect. There's
always a cop-out in there. It's like, but they're our representatives, so they speak for us. Not if they go in under the pretense of doing one thing and then they completely backstab us and do the opposite, which the vast majority of fucking politicians do.
Yeah. And by the way, in the European, this is why people, I think liberals, either they don't know or they're just liars. I would have voted for Brexit 100 times. You give me 100 votes, 100 times to vote for Brexit, I would vote Brexit every time, because
over 100 years.
I would vote 100 times. 100 times if they wanted me to vote for Brexit, because when I read about the European Commission and how European Union actually works and how laws are made, the laws are not democratic. The European Commission, which is not a democratic establishment, it is appointed. All the leaders, all the people of the European Commission are appointed. They're not elected by anyone from Europe. They set the laws which cannot be overturned by the European Parliament, and the European Parliament, the members who are supposed to be voted in by the European people, rubber stamp whatever laws that the Commission puts forward. And then once it's established, it cannot be revoked, it cannot be reversed. So it's a dictatorial system. It's not, the people of Europe did not vote for this commission, did not vote for the head of that commission, did not vote for the members of that commission, and yet they are obliged to abide by the laws that this commission puts forward. What democracy is that? What sort of bullshit democracy is that? It's not a democracy.
When I used to argue with Veli about this, he'll still have this like belief, but he'd mention all this stuff about immigration and this, and I was like, I never. Obviously, I thought about it, and like, because there was a lot of discussions at the time, I said, but that didn't play any role in me voting to leave. I said, I voted for one sole reason, and one sole reason alone: sovereignty. And every time I mentioned that, he'll laugh. He'll be like, "Oh, you took sovereignty." I was like, "Wait, you talk about you want sovereignty for Jamaica, but you're happy for us to be controlled by people who we don't elect." Stuff like the ECHR, like, I don't know why we're still in it. I'm not saying get rid of everything that's in the ECHR, because a lot of it offers us a lot of protections. But what we can do is take the ECHR in its current state. We can add a few little lines like, I don't know, if you commit a terrorist attack in this country, you void all your rights above here, down below, whatever. We can change it a little bit to start where it's not weaponized against us, where the likes of Abu Hamza don't have to stay in this fucking country because like they've got claims like family rights or whatever. We can take that European Courts of Human Rights and we can call it now the British Courts of Human Rights. So I'm not a totalitarian where you get rid of it all, but
we just change it. Yeah, I mean, that's effectively
from GA's fantasy of ruling the entire world and then being this empire to being like a member state. Like that's not British.
Essentially, we're a vassal. We were a vassal state of, and that's what the European Union, all the European countries are. They're just vassal states of the European Commission and the European courts, whether it's, you could call it Court of Human Rights or just the European Court on its own. But you're just a vassal. You're no longer your own country. You're no longer your own people with your own laws, with your own, with your hand on the scale of destiny. You're just a muppet. You're just a lemming. You're a sheep for these people, and they will manipulate you whichever way they wish. You're the pawn on their chessboard.
I tell you what, but if we've gone from being an employer to an employee,
pretty much
self-employed,
pretty much.
to be going pay as you earn.
Yeah, exactly. From self-employed to an employee, and I mean, whether I want that for myself, which I kind of don't, but I sure as shit don't want it for my country.
It's not terrible, is it? I mean, we can live, but it's not ideal. I'd rather be self-employed, and it gives us a bit more freedom, doesn't it?
This is the. You see, for me, maybe I'm a bit of a radical. I am a bit of a radical. I've always had an aversion to authority. I would rather starve and be free than to live, and be a sheep as a slave, and have food in my
I like that. I don't see that as radical, though. I see that as having good morals, like.
But I just because I know it sounds terrible. One guy said this to the Italians, and he managed to mobilize the Italians to move with the Germans, and it was Mussolini.
What did he say?
His speech was, "Live a fight like lions, or live as sheep." And that was it. The Italians were like, "Fuck this." We're making this shit happen.
Yeah, but like we also had that kind of mentality, but we were fighting against them. Like not. You know what I mean? I don't get why. Staying on Italian history.
But that's the thing. Now, okay, fair enough. Maybe the Italians picked the wrong side with the Germans. But what I'm saying is that principle of fight like a lion, or fight on your feet, or die on your feet, or live on your knees. That is these are the concepts which we put in hero movies. We admire, we revere them. We look at Hercules and Iron Man and friggin' Avengers and shit with these sort of principles to fight on your feet rather than live on your knees. We made Braveheart, for crying out loud, made that same sort of speech. But yet, when it comes to this European Union, people are so blinded that this is what they're asking you. They're asking you to live on your knees. They're asking you to bow to these people, and yet you make movies like 300, who says, "I never take a knee to God King Xerxes." You make movies about these things, but yet you ask us to live as slaves to the European Commission. How is it that what you're telling us we should aspire to is so completely opposite to how you want us to actually live? Because that's the thing. They want to give you the illusion of freedom whilst actually hold you in servitude. They want you to think you're living in the. They want you to live in the matrix. They want you to be plugged into the matrix, where your actual body is a slave to the system, whilst your brain thinks you're free.
I think that's the sad thing, is that most people, I mean, it's human nature for most people to want to be taken care of than to be free. Because to be free, it means you have to be responsible. And if you're not able to be responsible with your life, then that's basically a death sentence. So you can imagine how, people like the idea of getting buried. Yeah. But then again, especially when it comes to, especially if you're of the female sex or a certain minority who may not have the best brains in the block, then of course you're absolutely against, freedom. You want basically live in a government that gives you a welfare state that offers you all this free money and free security, and if it means that you can't go there or can't say this or do that, people will absolutely happily do that, because it's better than them actually getting off their ass and earning a living.
Yeah, or not even getting off your ass and earning a living, just earning an easy living. Just to have that easy life. The problem is, you see, what has happened over the last few years. Now, maybe they did this to us on purpose in order for us to crawl back to European Union and beg them to rejoin, or otherwise. But if you look at the state of Britain, they are not even giving you that modicum of an easier life. Before you used to be able to work a medium level job, I don't know, earn 30, 40K a year, and be able to own a property and have a single holiday to Benidorm a year, and have your kids go to school and generally grow up relatively okay. You can't even do that anymore. You can't do that. If you're earning 40K, you're on you're one step away from poverty. There's no way you can buy a property. You're renting for the rest of your fucking life. And if you have wife and kids, your wife better be working and earning another 40K, because you guys are fucked. You're on the breadline otherwise. So no, they're not giving you anything. They're not even giving us that modicum of an okay life anymore. That easy life on a relatively medium level wage is gone. Fucking forget it. You better be hustling with 4 jobs. Sorry, go on.
So back in the 90s, 2 holidays a year.
Yeah. I mean, well, even 2 holidays a year was considered relatively well earner. But I'm not joking. I remember my stepdad, back in the 90s, he was earning I think about 32K a year. And we were a family of 5. And we had a house, garage, massive backyard, couple of holidays a year. In fact, at one point we had a timeshare in Spain, which we used to use, at least once or twice a year. And yeah, 2 cars. I had a motorbike, or a moped initially, and then a motorbike afterwards. And generally living a reasonably good life. It wasn't like a rich life. It was I'd say lower half middle class. It wasn't even like I considered a rich, wealthy person, but, we lived in a decent house. I grew up in a nice suburban area with greenery and went to a school with all sorts of parks. Admittedly, it was very suburban. I lived, out in the sticks in the suburbs. but it was a lovely life. I love my childhood. My childhood in the 90s was awesome.
Oh, yeah,
I have no regrets.
I was a child in the 90s. I was a child in the 90s. No way, we're at the same age, Banksy.
Yeah.
No, but I might have been a little bit older than you. I might have been. I mean, in the 90s, I wasn't a child. I was a child in early 90s, late 80s. I was a teenager in the 90s.
Yeah, to grow up as a child, bot standard in the 90s, you basically got the best childhood ever.
Oh, I always say I had the best of both worlds. So I was born 1990, so I had a good 5 years of just, well, all my childhood I was swinging off freaking trees, building dens, camping in my mate's back garden, and all that good stuff.
Yeah,
but then technology came around in 95 PCs and stuff. So I was first on my street,
I
printing off AA Rootmaster stuff for people.
Yeah, no, I grew. I was born in 1993, so
Yeah.
I basically got born in the most prosperous time in human history, just before all the technology basically gave us brain rot.
when technology was fun, basically.
Yeah.
You had your Game Boy, woke up in Saturday
Amiga.
morning, Pokemon was on.
Yeah, I mean, before the Game Boy, I mean, as I say, I'm a little bit older than you guys. You guys are the same age as my youngest brother.
You're Atari, you.
Yeah, I was more of an Amiga 500 sort of era. So I was a little bit before you guys, but then afterwards it was the PCs and the Nokia mobile phones.
Are you Beta? I was post Betamax, I believe. You must have been Betamax.
Betamax.
That was like some form of video or VHS.
Well, that was of course. No, but the thing is, Betamax and VHS both more or less came out at the same time. It's just VHS won the war.
Different companies type thing.
Yeah, they won the war because the reason they won the war of the VHS Betamax war was because the porn industry adopted VHS, and Betamax lost. No, nobody was buying Betamax videotapes at that point. But Betamax, funnily enough, was the better quality. Was a much better quality system.
Better for the consumer, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was kind of like those things where I kind of miss the experience of going to Blockbuster to rent a videotape.
Yeah. If you were born in '93, you were too young for that. Although Blockbuster was running all the way up to, I think, 99.
I think, for a few years.
I got to experience Blockbuster before.
Yeah. But I mean, that's what I mean. It was great, actually. Don't get me wrong. I do like the fact that if I want to watch a movie now, I can just watch it there and then. I don't have to. Sorry?
So I've got my Plex, mate. I just download whatever I want now.
Well, that's what I mean. Like your Netflix and your Amazon Prime and whatever it is, whatever platform you use. I'm just trying to keep it legal here. I'm not talking about the Somali parts of the internet.
No, you can download things as long as you're on the license, as long as you bought it legally.
But what I mean is the fact that I can watch any movie I want at a click of a button rather than having to get out of my chair and armchair and traipse down to Blockbusters. But there was something about that whole experience of going to Blockbusters. My God, sometimes I used to spend like an hour. I used to spend like an hour and a half.
Whatever the obviously the DVD front, whatever you call it, front screen artwork, whatever that intrigues you. You're like, oh, I wonder what this is. You pick it up, you read the back.
Yes, that's what I mean. There was a whole like an event. I mean, as I say, sometimes I spend like an hour at Blockbusters trying to figure out what I want to watch. Or I mean, later on you could actually rent games from them as well, like PlayStation games and Xbox games and so on. So yeah, there was a whole event. It was a whole experience of picking what you want, and then you go home. Of course, there was the pain in the arse of having to return the shit afterwards, otherwise you get fined. So if you didn't return it within the right time.
That's where Netflix started off, weren't it? They did Blockbuster by internet, so they used to post out DVDs too.
Yes, and then you could just post it back whenever you wanted, and they didn't even have a return time. They didn't even give you like a time limit.
As long as you kept it, you got charged for as long as you kept it. If once a new one, you send it back.
I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. The thing is, that Blockbuster was offered to buy Netflix, and they refused. My God, this is what I mean.
There's a lot of stories like that. Like a lot of like big name brands and stuff where the original owners sold it for pittance or
Yeah. Microsoft.
How they're still alive? How they not frigging top themselves? Which fucking guilt.
Microsoft's original OS, MS-DOS, wasn't created by Bill Gates. Bill Gates didn't write shit. This is what I mean about some people who go, "Oh, Bill Gates, what a genius." No, Bill Gates didn't do any of this shit. He bought MS-DOS from another guy who wrote it for like $15,000. That MS-DOS now is worth billions.
Could you also say the same thing with Apple, that Steve Jobs was more the promoter and he was basically taking the credit from what was his name? That big guy.
Wozniak. Wozniak. The thing is, this is the thing. The difference between
people are very creative, aren't they? But they're not business people at all. They like to make a product, they get obsessed with a product. You need somebody who's good with business side of things.
That's exactly where Jobs was very good at, and also where Bill Gates was actually very good at. Bill Gates was a brutal businessman, and he hired the techs to get his shit done, and also his techs weren't even that good. His Windows and all that.
I bet he wasn't as much of an asshole as Steve Jobs was.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, Steve Jobs was a very prolific, like a perfectionist. But the thing about Steve Jobs, which I give him credit for, is that he when he saw something great, he made sure he adopts it. Like I'll give you an example. You know the not MS-DOS, the Apple Mac user interface. And who actually, this is a question. Who do you think invented the mouse?
Mickey Mouse.
You know, this is what I mean. It's the most oddest company that you would ever think of, was the company who invented the graphic user interface with all the trash can and the recycle bin and all these graphics. Who do you think actually invented all of this?
Not Microsoft, no.
No. Apple had it before Microsoft anyway. Xerox invented all of this, and they showcased it to Steve Jobs to see if it was any use and any good. And Steve Jobs, the sly bastard, saw it all, tested it all, and then just wholesale.
That's never going to work. I get rid of it now.
Exactly. The mouse.
Never happen, shall we? Just to save it the shame.
Yes, the mouse was invented by Xerox. The graphic user interface was invented by Xerox. This is all, by the way, part of this massive documentary that was done about it's called The Triumph of the Nerds. And yeah, Steve Jobs didn't invent any of this. It was Xerox, and Xerox didn't know what to do with it. And Jobs knew what to do with it, and he stole it essentially and put it in the Apple Mac. And then sold the Apple Mac with it, and then later on, Microsoft copied it with Windows 95. That's how all of this came about. Xerox is the progenitor of all of this amazing, the world of internet that you know. And they didn't make a penny out of it. The poor Xerox are practically going bankrupt even to this day, because all they do is sell fucking printers, and printers are essentially becoming extinct, really, because who's really printing shit out on paper anymore? Even if you want something.
People still need that physical, objective,
Yeah, but very rarely. Even people are no longer even printing out their flight tickets. I went to Dubai recently. Everything I had was on my mobile phone. My ticket, my boarding pass, all of that shit. Sorry, go on.
Companies have a goal to go paperless, don't they? They use no paper at all.
Yeah, because I mean, as I said, I went to Dubai, and everything is on your phone now. Everything's electronic. You even check yourself out electronically.
I'm not against that, man, using your phone and stuff, but I'm also not for like the eradication of that.
If there's like an EMP, terrorist attack, we are fucked.
Of course.
We can use it to complement our lives. We just can't rely on it.
But we do, dude. We do.
I know we
I'm
do.
telling you.
I know we do.
You try catching a flight to anywhere in the world without a smartphone now. It's practically impossible. It's insane. Without email or a smartphone, literally you can't. You can't fly anywhere now. You book everything online. You don't. I mean, hardly anyone goes into a travel agents anymore. You when you go to the airport, they just usher you to some automatic checking system. You check yourself out. They don't even use flight attendants anymore, or they used to use people for the checking and shit. They've got like 2 people now at the counter. Everything else is automatic.
Why is it not a robot flight attendant? Has anyone done that yet?
Because right now, well, the thing is that might be next, but right now it's literally a machine that you go, you scan your passport, you show them, on your phone, your boarding, your booking thing. It then registers it all. It prints out some tags for your luggage. You take the tag out, you stick it on yourself, you put it on the conveyor belt, and it goes. And it does print out a boarding pass, though. I have to say, it is still printed out. But sometimes I think some people don't. If you fully book it online, you can even get your boarding pass on your on your emails. Yeah. So yeah, you can do it all without ever using hardly any pieces of paper. So what I'm trying to say is that Xerox is essentially a dying company. They're just going to get their use of their products is going to lower every year.
Yeah, but old companies like that, you'll find they'll have some form of that investment in some AI thing or something like that.
Yes.
Always manage to stay afloat somehow.
Yeah. Also Kodak is in the shit. You guys remember Kodak used to? Yeah, they used to,
aren't they, like?
But Kodak used to rule the photograph industry, but their entire industry was based around chemicals, which is what's used in the photo films and all of that. And the digital world just suddenly caught them off guard. They lost millions and millions in revenue because they just couldn't keep up.
Used to have I don't know if contracts with Hollywood to use their films and stuff like that. But yeah, Kodak was massive.
Yeah, Kodak dominated.
Big, obviously they have batteries and stuff like that, but it's not.
Yeah, but they had to diversify. Now, the most idiotic thing that Kodak didn't do, which I don't understand why, is why didn't Kodak produce a smartphone? Why don't we have a Kodak smartphone? Which idiot did not recommend this at the beginning of the smartphone industry? Like Kodak, you've got all these billions.
Or at least a collaboration with phones, with Kodak quality camera, for instance.
Exactly. They could have incorporated the Kodak film and film as in quality cameras into a smartphone and have Kodak phones or Kodak. Do you know the primary business Nokia started with? Do you guys know what Nokia's business was before they started making phones?
I do know, but I forgot. I'm sure I know it.
It's Wellingtons. They made Wellington shoes. That's what they did.
I was thinking of Nintendo. Nintendo made something. Was it calculators? I think it was Nintendo.
Probably.
They
Yeah.
started off by making calculators, and then obviously they brought out the Nintendo.
Well, at least calculators are somewhat electronic devices. Like Nokia went from Wellingtons to phones. Like, what do Wellington shoes have to do with phones?
No, it wasn't even calculators. No, it was handmade playing cards.
Oh,
So
that's
Nintendo
okay.
started
That's
off by making
crazy.
handmade Japanese playing cards called Hanafuda, and then
Okay.
it was founded by Yusurijo Yamauchi, whatever his name is, and then he founded Nintendo from that. Oh, I mean, it was called Nintendo, but it developed into the technology company.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when technology makes a massive leap and shifts, certain companies are just caught off guard and they have no idea how to do it. I didn't know that, Banksy. Yeah. There's a lot of people didn't know. Like Xerox is the actual author of everything we have on the internet. The very mouse and keyboard. Well, keyboard was always around with just about every computer that almost started from day one. But mouse was an entirely Xerox invention, and this is why, by the way, the mouse on a Mac, at least to this day, although they've moved to trackpads and other things, only has one button it doesn't have a left and right button, whilst PCs have left and right buttons, is because the original Xerox mouse only had one button. They had no other buttons. So
how do you right click on a Mac?
there was no right click. There was now on a Mac, depending on whether you use a trackpad, you can, if you press with both fingers on the mouse, magic mouse or whatever the hell they call it, it brings up the second menu. Same as a trackpad, you double press with your two fingers.
So I was the first one out of all my mates to ever I had the Apple iPhone 3G was. Everyone else was still on like BlackBerry. So I was like a trendsetter there. And then I bought one ever since until it got to like, I think it was, the last one I got was the iPhone 6. And then they brought out the iPhone 7. And up until the 6, each one had like some, at least good design change type thing. You got to 7 and it was the exact same design as the 6, just different software. So I was like, trying this. And then if I bought like a charger from Amazon, it wouldn't work because I had to get like, it was just, I couldn't stand the whole like ecosystem that Apple had fucking hijacked.
Yeah.
So I went from iPhone 6 to Samsung S10 or S9, I think it was. It was I couldn't believe how restricted I felt for all these years. I could go on like, I could download apps that. One thing that I used to tell people was like, you go on show me your iPhone now, so to get the iPhone out. I say go to Apple Store, they bring up the RAC. Oh no, what was it? AA. No, what was it? TomTom, the sat nav. And it was £120 to buy on the Apple Store for this
God
TomTom
damn.
app. On Apple, you could download a modded like APK, and it was free.
On Android,
like,
yeah.
Why would you have Apple? Like, you're so restricted.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, that's how it is to this very day. And now I was with Apple until the iPhone 5S. That was the last Apple phone that I had. No, I lie. I have an Apple iPhone 12 Pro Max right now, but that's not my main phone. That is a secondary phone that I use for recording on the streets, because if someone like knocks it out of my hand or breaks it in any way, it's not it's not my main phone. It's not my main driver. It's just what I use to record and live stream on the streets. But I haven't had an Apple as my main phone since 2015, 16. When I moved over to it might have been 14, 15, something like that. But yeah, I bought a OnePlus Chinese phone.
I'm gonna have to go now. Good.
All right, James. It's been a pleasure, sir. It's been a pleasure, mate. Have a wonderful night.
You too.
Happy New Year. Luke, it's up to you, mate. Go on.
Your opinion on that. How do you say his name? Is it Majuros?
Yeah.
Have you seen the video that I posted, the link in back chat that I posted? I'm not sure if you come across it.
I saw the link, but unfortunately I couldn't watch it because we were chatting and stuff.
That's a few years ago, but it's basically Jeremy Corbyn calling into Majorus's radio show.
Oh, yes, I've seen that. I've seen that.
It's just funny how it always creeps about that. Wherever you find some form of that dictator who will starve the people and force them to eat, you'll find Jeremy Corbyn sniffing around somewhere.
Yes.
You know what I mean? What is it with that fucking guy? We need honestly,
there
still managed to run for some form of position of power in this country.
There is no dictator that Jeremy Corbyn hasn't loved. Fidel Castro, Maduro. I mean, the funny thing is, it's not just Corbyn. It's also Galloway. Galloway is on. He loves every dictator. He visited Saddam Hussein. I think visited North Korea. He was friendly with Gaddafi, Muammar Gaddafi. These guys, they seem to love all the dictators, man. It's insane.
If you say I hate Britain, down with Britain, they'll fucking piss the pants with excitement.
They seem to just love everyone that hates us and hates this country and hates the Western world. And in all honesty, there used to be a thing known as being a traitor, and I don't know why we don't have that anymore. I mean,
I think that surely the law still exists. We wouldn't repeal those laws. they might only be necessary in times of war, for example, but I'm sure those laws still exist about treachery and all that kind of shit.
Exactly. We used to have laws against treachery, and now, it's just free speech. No, he's actively working against the interest of our country, you assholes. This guy is a traitor. He should be tarred and feathered and sent on the back of a donkey out of town.
Well, at the moment, we can't do that at the moment, but what is, I've always said this, if a new world war kicks off, for example, like, you've made it so much easier for the government to, because they will reenact, like, Defence 18B, where they lock up enemies of the state or potential enemies, and the amount of people, all these Palestinian protesters, like, all of you will be like interned on some like Isle of Man somewhere. Like, yeah, you've made yourself very clear. You might be able to say what you want, but
yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that we just let we just let
we know who you stand with.
Yeah, we just let active dissidents and active enemies of the state to just do the shit that they want to do and say the shit. I mean, by the way, you do know that the Galloway only I think it was late last year or mid last year, was in Iran. Invited.
Emmanuel Goldstein just put, did you see that Galloway was recently interviewed by Tucker Carlson? That doesn't fucking surprise me.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, but I would like to see that interview, actually. I'll probably look it up on X. But the fact is that Galloway was actively in Iran meeting with the mullahs of Iran. That's the kind of guy this guy is. As I said, there is no dictator that Galloway doesn't love, and neither does Corbyn.
Do you know who I'm going to say that? I don't know who agrees with me, to be fair, but bring back fucking Boris Johnson. Just when it comes to like this type of like the mullahs and that, he used to fucking mock the mullahs and shit. No, we need to.
Now the thing is, Johnson kind of stabbed us in the back as well. He claimed that he was going to stop the immigration.
I believe, yeah. So the immigration thing, I think, no matter who, I don't hold into account for like the COVID shit. I feel like no matter who was in power at that time, like it was just a sacrificial lamb at this stage. Yes, I can't.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, I have to go back to like Margaret Thatcher before I can even begin to find a prime minister that I can respect. What's his name? God, well, who came after Thatcher? It was Major, John Major. John Major came. John Major after Thatcher. He was a limp, just a horrific prime minister. And then after that, it was Tony Blair, and he just took a giant shit on this country, and they've just been taking successive shits on this country ever since. It was John Major, Blair. Sorry?
Tony Blair's sister-in-law. I've not seen what she's come out with recently.
No, who?
Tony Blair's sister-in-law.
Oh shit! No, why? Who? What she said? Tony Blair's sister-in-law.
Tony Blair's sister-in-law sparks outrage after describing October the 7th as legendary. I'll read you the so.
Wait, she described October 7th as legendary.
Yeah. Whilst wearing a hijab, yeah. So Lauren Booth, a British-born journalist who was converted to Islam, said only Allah knows how many millions would pick up the Quran in the wake of the attacks, arguing that the world has reached a historic tipping point.
Wait a minute, so Tony Blair's sister-in-law is a Muslim?
Yeah. She said that during the same interview, Booth, who now lives in Istanbul, also said, so it's Cherie's sister. She now lives in Istanbul, also said that she'd been annoyed with Palestinians over what she described as a lack of determination to hate all Jews or take Jewish lives.
Fucking hell, she's become a radical.
Sister-in-law, man. What the fuck are we living in?
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, Tony Blair's a piece of shit, so I'm not expecting a hell of a lot from his sister-in-law.
She's sat there I'm looking at it now, it's on Daily Mail, she's sat there in hijab. I got a little bit annoyed with the Palestinians when I first met them, because I thought they'd wherever you find them. So she's been brainwashed, and she wants to be down to the Palestinians.
She's upset that the
Palestinians haven't been oppressed enough. I mean, come on.
She's upset that the Palestinians are not radical enough.
Not killing Jews, yeah. Yeah, she's all right. In
Killing
Istanbul,
enough
I mean, in
Jews.
Turkey, one of the safest. Well, I'll not say safest place for Jews, like, but like a pretty safe place for Jews. Like, it's certainly better
That's
than
crazy.
Palestine. But she wants the Palestinian people, who she says are oppressed, to go out, kill more Jews. So then it just leads to Israel demolishing them, like, because that's all it will result in. So this is what I mean when I talk about extremists. They're willing to put many Muslims before them, just as long as it. I think who was it? Was it? I think it was. I can't remember if it was Yasser Arafat. It was some leader anyway of like the PLO. But they said that they was willing to lose 20 million Palestinians in the goal of killing 5 million Israelis. They're not bothered about the numbers as long as it's killing Jews, basically.
Holy
shit! The fact that like and I know it's not blood related to him, like, but just his sister-in-law. It's just another fucking shambles, fucking shocking like thing that is just tarnishing Britain at the moment. Like, how many more things are going to happen about like the police line about Tel Aviv, Maccabi, and the Jewish attacks that we've had? It's like we pretend like we're this nation that welcomes all minorities, and God forbid if we hear concerns about Islam after an Islamic terrorist attack, but like all these things can happen about like Jews, and like the government just allow it. Like, it's just barefaced hypocrisy, and I don't know. I just thought, when's the change going to come? Like,
but that's exactly what I was telling you about the fact that in what's it called? Since Margaret Thatcher, we just had a successive group of just shit prime ministers and people that are traitors to this country. Yeah, just
people
weasels
willing
and
to
traitors.
bend the knee to like
I know.
fucking I can't think of the word. I'm stoned as well. Ignore me. But unlike voted people in the EU, just to try and lick arse and please and get themselves peers in the future lives and potentially become lords of this or get contracts in this and that. Like, it's and do you know what pissed me off when Keir Starmer? Do you not remember last year when he said there has been this goal? Previous governments have had this goal to create this multicultural society, and it's failed. Do you not remember him saying that? Has he touched on it since then? Like, because if we was to mention that, like, we'd probably get a knock on the door from the police at this stage. So how's it come from him saying that? Yeah, we've experimented basically, and it's fucked up. But now that if we talk about the issues that have been caused because of your fuck-ups, we can be like charged for it and that. Like, what the fuck are we going down? Like, it's turning into some form of like.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Just bear with me.
Things are fucking changing.
Luke, I've accidentally.
You can't hear me. I can hear him.
I opened an app.
Bloody hell,
Okay, Luke, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, mate. I can hear you. I'm sorry. I accidentally was trying to click on something. I opened up a very large memory-consuming editing app, and it just suddenly brought everything to a freeze because I'm running a whole bunch of things here right now. I'm running like StreamYard. I'm running OBS. I've got a 1,000 tabs open, so it's just sucking the juice out of my my system right now. And I opened this thing, and it just killed it. Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. It's crazy. It's as I said, Britain. We've got a lot of problems. If we get Nigel Farage on the next next time round, we're just lucky just to make it. Basically, after that.
Well, I think
you know what I mean?
It's inevitable to me. Like, I've never been wrong. Don't say that I've got an ego, because that it's just the facts. I've just never been wrong, especially with gut feeling. People even trust my gut feeling over theirs now. But to me, it's inevitable that Nigel Farage is going to get in next. It's like we're going to, when we had the European elections, Brexit, and we saw the Red Wall, where historically this wall had voted for Labour. We're going to see a very similar pattern to that, where it's going to go straight to reform. I don't think he's going to bring the amount of change that's required. I think he's going to bring some change, and maybe enough to ignite a few people, restore a bit of faith into people, but it's also going to push other people who maybe expect more a bit further to the right. So I only see it. I'm not for the far right in any way, shape or form. I'm for the centre right, a few little tiny bits from the left, but vast majority centre right. I just see our side. So when I say our side, like on the right, conservative, it's a win-win for us, Banksy. We're definitely not going any further left. We're not getting it. Green's not getting in. Jeremy Corbyn's party's not getting in. Labour, which have had to drag themselves to the centre, well, pretend that they've dragged themselves to the centre, and are now appeasing so-called right-wing viewpoints like immigration and whatnot, whilst pretending, well, they're pretending that they're doing it, but they're not. But they had to try and appease that right-wing voting bloc because they know that it's inevitable what's coming next. They're not going to do enough. It's going to go to reform. I'm just not sure where it's going to go from that point.
Yeah, unfortunately, the thing is, my analysis, and I said this on Jupiter's, is that when it comes to the next election, the best I feel that we can hope for, without too many people dragging splitting the right with Advance UK and UKIP and all these other nonsense parties. If everybody comes together and votes reform, the best I think we can hope for is a reform conservative coalition government, in which hopefully reform will be the bigger side. So it will be actually the Conservatives that have to concede and join, become a coalition government with Reform, rather than the Reform Party joining with Conservatives. So that means the Reform is the lead party rather than Conservatives being the lead party.
His conference to be the majority, but maybe needing Conservatives to pop them up to ensure
exactly to get them over the line. Exactly, to get them over that line, and then, because if that doesn't happen, and you see, the thing is, the way Farage is just purely boasting at this stage. He's going to, the Conservatives will no longer be conservatives. The Conservative Party is like 100 and some odd years old. They are one of the most established political parties in this country. They're not disappearing. If anyone's disappearing, is Reform before the Conservatives. Believe you me. So this guy's like, I think he's a little bit you know what I mean? He's he's a bit.
I think he's very much. I think he's taking a few lessons from Trump. I think he's
yeah, but
not seen. I don't think you would listen to it because he was in the same conference. But basically, he was there to talk about reform, and I think it was the BBC and the ITV then asked him questions. So when it was time for reporter questions, the BBC started off and they said, so 50 years ago, there's reports out that you've said you was hissing at Jews or blah, blah, blah. Basically, they hijacked it and diverted. And I'll give him his due, like he demolished them. And I thought, this is something that Trump would do. And he turned around and he said, so first he read a letter out from like a Jewish friend or something that he went to school with, who said, yeah, he might have said some things, he said, but none of it was with malice. We all said things back in the days that might not be acceptable nowadays, but nothing was said with hurt or malice. It was all banter, joke, whatever. I don't hold it against him myself. But then he said, so he read this letter out, and at the end he was like, so anyway, he said, but so in 1973, for instance, when I supposedly have said all these things, BBC was airing this television program, which was racist towards this group. You was airing this, which was homophobic and all this. So when you expect me to, so don't come here to expect me to apologise. And when you apologise for working for a company that has indoctrinated people to have these types of views and all, and he was going in on them, he said, that's when I'll apologise. And I liked it. It was a bit of I don't see many politicians, especially in this country, speaking like that. Like they all like pussyfoot around, and it was. I like the same with Boris Johnson. That's why I like Boris Johnson, because he weren't afraid to get into a bit of a back and forth with people and be offended or his opinion. I like that about people.
Yeah. No, I mean, as I said, he's okay. He's pretty okay on the way he handles the press, and the way he handles all these accusations of racism and stuff. But that's not the point. The point is that this country is look, the British people, and I'm talking mostly the white, not these new British people, not the brown British people, the actual British people. The one thing about them is they're habitual creatures. Okay, they've been, they like their routines, they like their habits, and they like to queue, and so they are not going to suddenly break with all of the hundreds of years of habit of voting Conservative to suddenly in their masses vote Reform. That's not realistic.
We thought that with Labour when, especially if you live in like up north and you have this like Tory men like or anti-Tory, shall I say, anti-Tory mentality, and
Yeah.
that red wall was solid for it was like 2.5 decades, like 20 odd years.
Oh, more than that. Yeah,
and then
yeah.
Brexit came along and he just demolished it. So I
Yeah.
don't know. I think I'm definitely seeing a change. Like I said, a lot more in everyday life, even at work and stuff. I'm speaking to people who never ever spoke about politics, and they all have the same views or similar views than what I have. So I see this landslide coming.
No, I mean, John saying, what's wrong with queues? No, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm talking about the habit. People who who like routine, who like habit, who like the way things are, the way they are. And that habit is going to carry over into the voting booth, regardless of what reform. And I agree with you. A lot of English people are pissed off, and a lot of English people are upset with the current established government, but that habit, that habitual voting, I'm a conservative, my father was a conservative, my grandmother was a conservative, my second cousin twice removed.
My initial vote was for like Labour and that. So I went into politics, I didn't look into it. All my family voted Labour. So I just, again, creature of habit, but I turned 25 and I started looking into things and thinking, well, actually, this doesn't actually represent what I believe in.
Sure.
Then you break away from
and
that
you
habit.
switch.
I do see a lot of people like breaking away from those types of habits. And me and
But-
you have like clashed on this before about basically what's both our strength and weakness as British people, which is our tolerance. Like we are too tolerant for as a nation, and we do allow things that some would argue that we shouldn't ever allow. But then once that tolerance has crossed over and gone past the threshold, there's no turning back, and I do feel like we are heading towards that.
Possibly. I mean, look, I hope, I'm trying to give you an analysis, an actual impartial analysis. My hope is that the British people are pissed off and they will all vote unanimously reform, because I want 100% reform government without any conservative coalition even. But then the reality, then I have to sort of address the reality of what I see in the country and the mindset of the people of the country. And I don't think this country is, because the British, they're not only like habitual, they're also extremely cautious about change. That's what I'm saying. The habit comes with another side of caution about change. They rather, it's the devil you know rather than the devil you don't. And so there's that other element to it. Reform has never been tested as a government. This is why, like, I remember back in the 90s, but back in the 90s, people were telling me the Liberal Democrats will never become government of this country because they've never been tested as a government. They don't even have a government. In fact, they didn't have enough, like an actual, set up scenario in which they could actually be a government. They have all the cabinet members and all that. So people were like, no, nobody's ever going to vote Liberal. Liberal Democrats will never be in government because they just don't have that experience, because people only trusted Conservative and Labour because they were the only ones that have ever been in government and had experience of being in charge. And that is what's going to come into play with reform. Reform has never held government. They've hardly ever held government posts. They're literally in political years, they're still a baby. They're still in the larva stage. She's just been born, for crying out loud. So for the British,
somebody asked that at the conference the other day to Nigel, and he said, he was like, I'm going to be honest, like, we can't have, I think he said something along the lines of like, I recognise that people are wanting something new, everything new, but you can't have everything new. You've got to have a bit of the old, because they're the ones who know how to run the system,
how to run things,
all this kind of stuff. You've got to have a few people who, you've got to have like career politicians and stuff like that. It's just part of the system.
This is why
that doesn't mean that you can't also have something new, a few working class people in the government and stuff like that. We can change things up a bit.
Yeah, but this is why, as I said, people are going to cautiously vote, some of them for reform, some of them for conservatives, and hope for this conservative coalition, reform coalition. And that way they can at least have some of the security of knowing that some of the people in the conservative side have years and years of experience being in government, and the reform side will hopefully give them the policies on immigration that they've always wanted. That's what I'm saying about this possible coalition. Now, if that comes about, great. If 100% reform comes about, for me is still great. The only thing that I'm scared to death of is a second Labour government. If Labour wins a majority without coalition, without anyone else chiming in, because I guarantee you the Lib Dems and the Greens will chime in they will try to build a coalition government with Labour to try to get into government, keep reform out. And if we get any kind of Labour Green coalition, Liberal Democrat Labour coalition, in any way, if we get Labour back in government for a second term, we are fucked.
We're done.
We are so fucked.
Might as well fucking tear up Union Jack, get fucking EU flag flying outside Buckingham Palace.
Pretty much.
Get rid of the royal family, get the monarchy.
Yeah, we're fucked. We're fucked.
That's why
beyond fucked.
I argue with people about the monarchy. It's not like I'm a massive monarchist, but it's like, no, it's one of like our last fucking forms of identity. Like that royal family have fucking been with the British people since conception, since fucking 1066 days. Like, it's part of our culture. And the people who complain about the royal family are the same people who say, oh, there's no such thing as British culture. Yeah, because you want to fucking get rid of it. That's why, bastards. I'm sick of it.
So yeah, that's where we are. And somebody asked me a question. I'm gonna read it out and then what do you call it, and sort of answer it, and you can also chime in on this as well. By all means, feel free, Luke. This was the question posed. HAFEZ TV, what do you think about the theory that Israel gave nukes to Iran to scare the shit out of Saudi Arabia and the UAE? Well, someone else put in the chat, that would be some 5D chess shit.
I think that would be like that'd be like giving your boxing opponent knuckle dusters.
Yeah, to beat you up, but scare the shit out of the next opponent.
You're gonna get knocked out. Regardless,
regardless.
You might get what you want, but like that's not gonna stop them from using those knuckle dusters again.
Yeah, on you. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I think that was the best analogy, Luke, right there, because that's. That I don't think Israel is going to take those sort of chances, and I don't think.
I don't believe that Israel's behind like the infiltration of Islamic extremists to the West. Because I'm like, why would they want to turn the West, which I mean, it's a bit sketchy at the moment, like, but turn the West, which have historically been like allies of Israel. Why would they want to infiltrate that with Islamic extremists who want to destroy them? It just doesn't make sense. It's always it's like they're adamant to always lead it back to Israel somehow. They give them so much power.
Yeah, I think this is exactly it. This is Mossad. I've got this chap Mossad who jumps on from time to time, the Mossad. Mr. Mossad always says, I always say Mr. Mossad because I think he's older than me and I have this like respect level. He always says, like, people think we have so much more power and influence than we actually do. Most of the time, Netanyahu is running to America begging them for this and that. He's running to America begging Trump for this and that. Can you please do this for us? Can you please do that for us? So
they needed it out for the bunker busters.
Bunker busters, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's why Netanyahu is always begging America for this and that. And okay, sure, America sees them as allies and they try to help them out, and they do help them out most of the time. But the fact is that they're not getting a blank check every time. They're not just getting like, yes, we're going to do this for you. The fact is Netanyahu's been wanting to bomb Iran for like best part of 5 years, way before.
We need to let him know. We need to support it.
Yeah, it was like way before October 7th. They were telling the world, oh, you remember those pictures of Netanyahu with the giant Acme bomb behind him?
Big Satan, little Satan, weren't it?
Yeah, but it was like this like Looney Tunes Acme bomb, and like this is how close they are. Like, what is this? It looks like something the Wile E. Coyote draws in order to take out the Roadrunner, and it's like. But either way, they've been saying they should be bombing Iran like the best part of a decade, and America didn't abide by it. Americans
certainly don't. America aren't run by Israel as people like to make out.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is, like,
We've got good
this sort of-
relations and they'll scratch each other's backs, but
Yeah.
America don't do it.
It's just, I think they have influence. Don't get me wrong. I think APAC
Yeah.
has influence over a lot of politicians, and they push for their agendas. But this concept of, like, you know, Netanyahu, some puppet master, and Trump is the puppet with strings and all that nonsense. It's kind of is shit. It's bullshit. It's paranoia. And don't get me wrong. I said this to Mossad. I showed a video of this old Jewish woman talking about how Europe is going to become a multicultural society, and the Jewish people are going to be at the center of that.
Golden from it, or
I don't know what her name is, but I played
former
it.
Prime Minister. Was she a Prime Minister?
No. I don't think she's an activist. She's like a lefty activist Jewish woman. I'll try and find it whilst we're talking. But yeah, I mean, I said to Mossad, I said, look, your lefties are essentially ruining this shit for us all. Okay, they're the ones that the leftist Jews, because there was literally tonight. Tonight there was a protest outside a Jewish restaurant in Notting Hill. I didn't go to it, but I knew about it. And yeah, they were literally pushing. The Jews themselves are protesting a Jewish restaurant for supporting Israel, and they were going outside some Jewish restaurant to protest. And these are Jews, and I see Jews on the streets of London every week. Sorry.
I said, come and protest me, silly bastards, see what you get. People are becoming intimidated not to support. I don't know if you know, but I got over my defence of Israel. I got reported to counter-terrorism. Counter-terrorism came and paid me a little visit.
Are you kidding me? They actually came at your place.
Yeah, well, they came to me. It was my sister's house that they turned up at. And then my sister rang me, and then I was at work. So I was like, what's it about? And it was an hour after the Jewish synagogue attack in Manchester.
But you were showing support for the Jewish people, and they still came knocking on your door.
They said to me on the phone, it was like, we've received some information. We can't tell you over the phone. We need to come speak to you. So this was an hour after the synagogue. I'm thinking, it's some fucking cunt. It's like Ghost Speaker's Corner put a fat one on me head or something. So anyway, I said, so I told them where I was anyway. So they turned up. It was down board, so I've got it recorded anyway. I've recorded the conversation with him. Then we got in car. He says, what's this about? So I was like, right, so he was like, first of all, before we start, if we have to shoot off, you know what's happened in Manchester, don't you? I was like, yeah. I says, is this linked to, like, what's that got to do with me? He was like, oh, no, nothing. I was like, all right. So anyway, basically somebody's reported me saying that I'm part of some, like, far right group, basically, and I know who it is. It's somebody called Shelley Moore, and it's all because of my defence over Israel. It took me about 15 minutes to have a conversation with him. I said, I speak about Islamists. I differentiate between an everyday Western Muslim, who I believe that the West is, the Western ways are always going to dominate religion. I said, so I've got no issue with like Western Muslims. I said, I've got a big issue with Islamists, though, and people who want to try and implement Islamism or Sharia law type ways. Yeah. I said, I'm in no way violent. I said, I'm a massive advocate for Israel. I said, what happens is that people will disagree with my opinion, and as you see on the street, they'll call me like a baby killer or genocide and all that stuff. Yeah. At the end of it, it was like, so would you say like you're some like Charlie Kirk type character where you have these debates with people? I said, I want not Charlie Kirk level. I said, but yeah, we have debates. I was like, and so the other guy chirped in because there was two of them. He was like, so basically, like, you have these conversations online. People are gonna get pissed off with what you say. They're gonna ring us up and say, "Oh, you're extreme," and
exactly.
Like, you're gonna continue. Like, you're gonna continue making videos, and we're gonna continue getting reports. I said, "Yeah." I said, "But I can show you, I am in no way, shape, or form extreme." Basically, there's an online form that you can fill out. Anybody who gets reported to counter-terrorism, they have to investigate it. But I said, I felt what a massive waste of like resources. But it kind of inspired me further because like, halfway through the conversation, like people was giggling and stuff like the things I was saying. So I thought, you guys think the same fucking way as I do. I mean, people like to make out he's completely against us, but when it push comes to shove, the individual people, and they might not be able to air their opinions, but I can assure you that they're not going to prosecute me for having my opinions that are legally, I'm illegally allowed anyway.
Well, yeah, the thing is, I know for a fact, because when I used to do videos from speakers for speakers, about Speakers Corner, back in like 2018, 2019, when PC Barnes was running, Speakers Corner, he used to watch my videos because he literally told me I was watching your video the other day, and you're absolutely right. When I was talking about the Muslims taking up space, praying in Speakers Corner, and that this is just a show of power. This isn't an actual. This isn't actually about prayer.
Prayer, no.
Yeah, no, this isn't about prayer. This is about show of force and show of power. And because they've got all of this area in the park that they could pray, they could literally. That Hyde Park is a massive fucking place. They could literally go, 200 feet this way, 200 feet that way, and pray all day long, and no one would care. This one spot, which is where people speak at Speaker's Corner, is the only location that people can do this, and these guys decide that's the spot they have to do their prayers on. It's because it's bullshit, and that's exactly what Barnes was. Barnes was like, yeah, I agree with you 100%. These guys don't have to pray here. There's nothing. There's this massive area. This park is a giant area that could go anywhere, and no one would even bat an eyelid. But they do it here because they want to.
Amy got her information, weren't it? She interrupting all.
Exactly. Amy was one of the first to actually call them out on this shit, and then everybody else started chiming in as well once Amy sort of kicked it off.
She rang me about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, out of nowhere. I've not spoken to her about 2 years. I was like, friggin' hell, Amy. I said, I'm not even joking. I said, you could have been fucking dead for all I know. I suppose she still does, is it D-Live?
Oh, she's on D-Live.
Yeah, but I said, you need to get back in game. I said, now's the time for you to, get back in balls deep, Amy. Not balls deep, but you know what I mean. I'm ready for a bit of base, Amy.
Yeah. Europe becoming I'm looking at this. Europe becoming a multicultural thing. I'm trying to find this video. But yeah, I mean, Amy should be getting into it right now. This is the best time. In fact, a lot of, you got freedom of speech on X. You got freedom of speech on Rumble. YouTube has eased up. Facebook has eased up. All sorts of, things of, this is actually a very good time for conservatives right now. Hold on. Sorry.
What are you showing?
I'm trying to find this woman that's talked about. Oh, damn it. I literally showed it on one of my streams the other night. It's crazy. I can't find the goddamn video now.
Have you heard somebody called
here we are.
Sahar TV?
Sahar TV? Yeah. I've actually been... I'm on one of his videos. It has had nearly 3 million views.
Right, so are you in his... Oh, yeah! I've seen it!
The short!
I'm in his Discord. Of course you are! Because he said something like, Western idiot or something like, and I said no. I said you don't get Banksy. He's not this is his humour.
This was sarcasm. I was literally taking the piss.
I'm in his Discord. I told people because I know people who would be able to get a message to him. I said no. Tell God that this guy.
Yeah, but it's not him. He in fact in the video he himself said, "Oh, is he pro England and all that?" And then so he's just messing around. But then the people in the comments, oh my God, oh, this is why we have to deport these people. Look, they're saying the quiet part out loud. I'm like, you fucking idiots. This is a piss take. What is wrong with you all?
Are you in his Discord or not?
No, I'm not on
you should
any
get
of
in
his
his
Discord.
There's constantly about 20 people in the voice chat, but they're some will be Muslims, it's just constantly a good conversation in there.
Interesting. I'll look into it. This is what I'm talking about. When liberal Jews say this kind of bullshit, This is why the people turn on Jews. This is why people blame Jews for all the woes of the world. Because liberal fucking Jews just say shit like this. You know, listen to this.
Change. I think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural. And I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which must take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
You see? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why people fucking hate Jews. Because stupid liberal bitches say shit like this. You think Europeans are going to be comfortable with going into a multicultural mode? They're not going to take this shit lying down. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, madam. Miss, let me find her name, Barbara Lerner Specter. Yeah, they're not gonna be happy about this. They're gonna be pissed.
I don't know did she say that Jews will be behind it, or
no? He says Jews are gonna play a central role in this, and they're gonna be resented for it. No, not Jews. You libtard fucking Jews. That's the people who are going to be at the center of it. And yes, unfortunately, all Jews will be resented by it.
Yeah, I've said swap Jew for Israel. Like, one of Israel's biggest enemies are leftists. People who would happily, vote in a leftist government who would completely weaken itself to its many enemies that surround it. Israel needs conservatism, right-wing ideology in order to survive. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is.
Well,
it's not ready for the Western liberal that we pretend that we have.
Yeah, but the thing is, a lot of Jews are conservative. They're very conservative, very based. Mossad, you talk to Mossad, he's based as heck, totally based. Knows, he's very concerned. He's totally on Trump sort of side of stuff when it comes to, countries defending themselves and protecting their ethnicity and their origin and their culture. He's totally based across the board on all of that. He doesn't believe what this woman thinks. He thinks this woman's a fucking nut job. But the fact is that all Jews, especially Israel, is going to be painted with the brush of what comes out of this fucking nut job's mouth.
That's going to, especially in this day and age, that will make a perfectly, a made for viral video that you can upload
this isn't new. The video I showed you was uploaded 14 years ago. This is not new.
There's loads of things. That's one who I was saying before. It weren't that woman. It was a different woman. But there's another woman who, I'm sure she's a former prime minister and stuff. But there'll be things that they said, and people will now be able to say, "Oh, look, that's justifying the influx of migrants to Europe, whatever." So
yes. And what they're going to do?
In that Sahar TV's Discord, a lot of Jewish people will argue amongst each other because, like you say, they'll get into these types of arguments. Saying that doesn't do us any fucking favors, blah blah blah.
But the thing is,
extremist Jews as well who'll say quite extreme things, and then you'll get the more centred Jews who'll be like, "Well, you don't do us any fucking favors, do you? Like, we're fighting a media battle here, and you're going out being fucking extremists and shit." Yeah, Jews will argue amongst each other.
Well, I know. I mean, this is a famous saying Mossad says all the time. He says, if you get, this is about how much Jews love to argue. He says, if you get 2 Jews, you get 3 opinions. Because that's how much they sort of, argue and differ from each other. They're not a monolith by any means. But the problem is that video that I showed you has been the bread and butter of every racist neo-Nazi ethnic type for years now. Anyone who wants to, the Candace Owenses now, but this was way before Candace Owens ever got caught onto the anti-Jew grift, and Tucker Carlson, these kind of people. These people who want to have some sort of anti-Jew grift and ferment anti-Jew sentiments, they will play this woman's clips. They will play this shit and say, look, it's the Jews who want to destroy Europe. And then every Jew gets brushed with all of that shit. And Israel, of course, the entire country gets embroiled in that shit because of this liberal fucking idiot. And that's what I said to Mossad. I said, Mr. Mossad, you guys are going to have to get these liberals under control. Jews have to come out in mass and say, these retards are the same, you got to put them on the same shelf as the green-haired, purple-haired, septum ring-having liberal white woman. They're on that shelf.
I think they are, aren't they? Like, especially the Jews that I speak to, a lot of them are, like you say, right-wing, and I think there is a lot of similarities with the Western, normal conservative-minded person.
Yeah.
And like they have the purple-haired leftists over there in Israel, basically.
Yeah. Essentially, this
LGBT don't in Israel.
Yeah, essentially, this Barbara woman. Good evening, Amsterdam. Good to see you, sir. Essentially, this woman, Barbara woman, is she might as well have a septum ring and purple hair. Because that's what she is. She's one of those lefty retards that thinks that the Europeans are just simply going to sit back and let their entire culture and ethnicity be dominated by multicultural bullshit. No, people are not. People are going to resent you and they're going to fucking fight back. They're not going to roll over and show you their belly.
You think we are Spain? Andalusia? I don't think so.
Exactly. The French, the Germans, the Dutch, the English, Scots and Wales and Northern Ireland, the British. No, these people are not going to just let go of the thousands of years of history and culture and accept your multicultural bullshit. No, they like their lives, they like their societies, and they like their lederhosens and their September. Was it Septemberfest? Is it September? Oktoberfest?
We'll adopt it to a certain point where it'll enrich us and it'll benefit us. But if it starts coming to the point where it's dominating us or our culture's being watered down, it's like you can't even defend culture these days without people saying, "Oh, are you racist?" No, but look at the things that the British have accomplished and. Just look around you at the culture that we've built. It fucking needs protecting. How dare you say otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, someone's saying JB is saying, who is she? She's nobody, but she's actually the founding director of Padilla Stockholm. Paidea. Padilla. I don't know, but look, these people are not nobodies. Believe you me, they have plenty of Soros money. And they have plenty of activists behind them, and they've got some politicians and corporations behind them. So no, they are to be taken seriously enough. But that's not the point. The point isn't that whether they're taken seriously enough or not. The point is that anyone who's anti-Israel, anti-Jew, is going to take this and run with it. They're gonna point to these people and they're gonna run with it.
I think. Anybody who's anti-Israel, anti-Jew, in my experience anyway, I could show them, I don't know, the ultimate level of proof against their argument, and they're not willing to accept it.
Oh yeah, I mean those are.
They'll never be willing to accept it.
Those are zealots.
Like a losing battle. So
the thing is, I have a clip, but that's going to demonetize this video. It's going to demonetize this entire show if I play it. But fuck it, I'm going to play it. Because it's too damn good.
Put the money.
I'm gonna get copy. Well, no, the thing is, it's not the money. I wish I gave a shit about the money. Yeah, no, it's not the money. It's the fact that the minute a video gets copyright claimed, YouTube reduces its reach. It immediately cuts its reach. The algorithm just cuts it off. It doesn't recommend it to anyone because YouTube can't make money out of it. So they just kill it.
Our digital footprint is blacklisted all over Gaff.
Probably, yeah.
It's blacklisted, mate.
I'm gonna play it anyway because it's a great explanation, but it's definitely gonna get copyright claimed, I'm sure, because it's a George Carlin clip. But it's so relevant. It is exactly what I'm thinking. right now, right here, right now, right here, right now. Okay, let's do this. Go on, George. Tell him like it is. Tell it like it is, George.
When your identity is your ideology, congratulations, you've officially screwed yourself, because now it's not just an idea, now it's you. And when the idea gets challenged, you don't hear disagreement, you hear an attack.
Copyright,
So what do you
copyright,
do?
copyright.
You build a bubble. A nice, soft, padded little bubble where everyone agrees with you, uses the same words, hates the same people, and claps at the exact right moments. And you will defend that bubble at all costs, even if it makes you sound incredibly stupid. Facts don't matter anymore. Logic's gone. Humor? Dead. Because admitting you're wrong would mean admitting you are wrong, and that's unacceptable. So you double down. Louder, angrier, dumber. And that's how you end up defending nonsense like it's sacred scripture. Not because it's true, but because without it, you'd have to actually develop a personality.
Oh, this guy was the best. You were the fucking goat, George. You were the goat. The thing is, everything he says in that clip, by the way, that clip is probably decades before, because he died years before all this woke shit and all this trans shit came
What,
around.
wasn't he a comedian, like, or what?
Oh, George Carlin, dude. You don't know George Carlin? Oh, my God.
1990.
Oh, my God. Okay. Luke, I beg you, I plead with you. Look up George Carlin. I will send, I will try to, let me send his name and just look up his name, George Carlin, comedian. Okay? George Carlin, comedian. Yeah. Look it up. He will change your life. It will be a life-changing experience forever. I'm going to put it in the chat. Yes, George Carlin. And the fact is, he died before the biggest chunk of this woke shit actually came to pass in our, in our world. I don't know when he died, I think, but it was a fair bit before all this woke trans shit came about. Because this woke trans shit is exactly what he's talking about. The fact that your ideology has become your personality, and so you are going to have to defend your ideology no matter what, because you don't have a personality. It is you, and you will have to then defend nonsensical shit like people with penises are women. That's the nonsensical shit. This is why he's saying this is religion. This isn't logic and reason. This is cult, and this is religiosity. This is dogma. That's why there are people out there who are literally saying she raped her with her penis. They say these things unironically. They say it without a little tiny bit of humor in it. They mean this shit. And most normal human beings look around and go, what did he just say? She raped her with her penis?
But these people are they're so fringe. It's just the fact that we give them the light of the day. Like I said, the vast majority of people will turn around and be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Yeah. Anyone who has a brain would look around and go, what just happened? I swear, I will tell you this, Luke. In 50, 60 years' time, I wouldn't even put it that long, but let's say 50, 60 years' time, I'll unfortunately will be long past this mortal coil. They're not going to look back to this part of history with favored eyes. They're not going to look back here and go, that was a good period. Just the way we look at Caligula and Genghis Khan and Attila the Hun and go, oh my God, thank God we weren't alive during those monsters' reigns. God knows what would happen to all of us. These people were animals. When we look at our own history, we look at we look at it and go, Christ, these people were animals. What the hell's going on? People are going to look at 50, 60 years from now, people will look at today, to the year 2026, 2020, and go, you remember when people were retarded at that time? Where they used to think women had penises?
A joke, and it's a fucking stain on humanity.
Yes.
The quicker we forget about it, the better.
We will not be remembered fondly.
Anyway, I need to jump off, but it's been a pleasure speaking to you. It's been a long time as well. So
It's been a long time, Luke. I'm gonna run some more shows. I'll run more regular shows so you guys can jump on. So keep an eye out and hit that like and subscribe and that bell.
I've done that. Let me like.
Big up.
And
take care, my man.
Viva La Persia. Big up to the people of Iran. Good luck and
Good luck.
Godspeed.
Thank you, sir.
Hope your people get the liberation that they finally deserve.
I hope so too. I hope so too. Ciao. Cheers. Bye bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we are we're done for tonight. It's coming up to 11:30 at night in the UK. It's past my beddy time. I need to get my hot cocoa and PJs on, and snuggle up in bed. Snug bug as a rug, or snug as a bug in a rug. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you, Niak Orbani. Oh my God, I got Niak on the show. That was unbelievable. Thank you, Roy and John, for getting him, because they're the ones who pinged him. Because I don't message anyone. I'm terrible at trying to get good people on my show. But I've been talking to Niak for a long time, saying we should do a show actually. So I've got to hit him up and actually do a show. So now that he's actually jumped on, maybe he's more open to it now, and I can organize a time to do it. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, of course, John. I love you, man. John and Roy, I'm going to see these guys tomorrow. Guys, keep yourselves locked into John and Roy's channel for tomorrow at 10 Downing Street around, I believe, 1 o'clock. So we'll all be live. We'll all be live at the same time. Yes, sick of it. Thank you, John. Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Niak. Thank you, JK, Luke. Who else did I have on? Who else came on? Oh my God, I'm forgetting people. Timothy. Tim. Thank you, Tim, for coming on. And as I say, love and joy and blessings to you. We've got a friend, Chaotic Truth, who always says positivity is headed your way. Good wishes and goodwill and good health headed your way. I'm going to try and twist it, maybe make an original one. Good health to you. And then everyone in the chat. Oh my God, there were so many of you in the chat. Thank you, Lieutenant, of course. Thank you, Jojo, JB, Amsterdam. Let me see if I can actually run down the list and just sort of highlight some people. JB, John, obviously, Denta. Who else do we have? Oh, my lovely, lovely Suzul. Love you, Suzul. Love you to bits. Susie from Speaker's Corner. Lovely girl. Gorgeous lady. What else? John. We got John again. JB, I've already done. Who else? I may lose some of you guys. Baz. Emma. Of course. God bless Gossie. Gossie, my darling, with the £10 super chat. Thank you so much, Gossie, my darling. You are the best. I don't see her anymore. I can't seem to find her chat anymore to post it again. But Gossie posted a scripture. She always posts a bit of the scripture to bring some Jesus blessings to our show. Roman, blessings to you. Blessings to Jojo. I think I can't see anyone else anymore because my text has now run out. So if I missed your name, I'm sorry. I love you. Thanks and blessings to you. I don't see anyone else. I can't go all the way back because I can't see Gossies anymore. But I see Lieutenant, but I think Lieutenant may have left us. So I may have to... she knows I love her. It's not that I have to keep reiterating that I love Lieutenant. She knows it. Who else? Daft lad, thank you for coming. Blessings to you. And I think that's everyone for now, because there's so many people came and went. It's really hard. Sam, oh my God, Sam, based Welshman. He never jumped on. He never jumped on, but he was in the chat. Based, my man, Based. Sam, thank you, Sam. I hope you jump on the damn panel, Sam. We can talk about this stuff. I really want his input because I think he's got so much more, and he said he's up to date with what's happening with the Mujahideen of Khalb. Anyway, those Mujahideen lot. He knows about them. I know about them, but we're never gonna. I need more. I need more details. Sam, come to Speaker's Corner on Sunday if you can. Then maybe we can have a coffee or something. You don't have to be at Speaker's Corner. We can just go for a coffee and chat about this shit. At least you can fill me in on that. Damn it, Graham Niak, Javed Shah. Oh, I don't know. Damn it, Gam Niak. Oh. Damn it, Gam Niak, Javed Shah. Okay, so he's complimenting Niak. Anyway, thank you guys. How come my text isn't flowing anymore? Why am I not getting more texties? Let's get some text up in here. Where's the text? Where's the new text? I posted a bunch of new chat and it's just not coming up. Sorted. I'm out of here. I'm gone. Oh, Emma. How come message retracted? Oh, Emma's deleting. Emmanuel Goldstein, UK. Emmanuel is deleting their message. I don't know why. Interesting topic. Cheers. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for coming, mate. Great to have you on. As always, respect, sir. Salute to you, my good sir. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm rambling now at this point. I will. Good night, John. You have live tomorrow. Yes. Okay, that's all happening. We're gonna play us out. What are we gonna find? I need a music. I need a new music to play us out with. Hold on a minute. Now, by the way, these music are music that I have myself created on Suno. So these are Banksy's originals, or HAFEZ's originals, if you will. We're going to play City Sparks Part 2. I like City Sparks, but I do also love all the operatic Streets of Love. Okay, I played Streets of Love at the intro, so I'm going to play City Sparks on the outro. Guys and girls, thank you for coming. I love you all, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.
Like distant drums, London fog, New York grind. Truth gets lost, hard to find. City Sparks, City Sparks. They